1. Hello, how is everyone doing? Sorry for the long intro card. The world just takes longer in 2021.
Yeah, I had to get jazzed up.
Yes, Corbin was. Corbin is a scruffy boy, so.
Yeah, try to get a haircut, and I don't know why they're only closed on Wednesday. That's a little bit. It's kind of a weird schedule, but
Well, you work your ass off on Tuesday and Monday, and then Wednesday you need a break. And actually, in all seriousness, it probably is like we're open weekends, we're open as many weekdays as we can
yeah,
be.
like I get it because like I was trying to be like I'm gonna go when no one's there, right? We're like middle of a Wednesday, all the normal people are at work.
Exactly.
But because I attempted to cheat the system, I was rejected because whoever owns the haircut place was like, "Oh yeah, no one's here. Let's just take a day off," because
Yeah.
they get most of their business on like weekends.
Oh,
Probably.
I'm sure.
So
And for what
that's
it's
what I did.
worth, like that is exactly how I run almost everything I do. When I go grocery shopping, 100%, I want to do all my grocery shopping at 2 a.m. because no one's there, especially weekends. Um, well, more because I'm going out somewhere on the weekend in
Yeah,
pre-COVID world. Um, and then now, or like haircuts and things like that, I absolutely try to go middle of the week, usually before people are off work. It's the best time. No one's there. There's usually no long wait. Unfortunately, there's usually no one working either, so it's like one person, and they do have a short line, but like it's usually not that bad.
yeah, yeah. Um, I will say that has been one slight disappointment is that at least in my sector of Raleigh, there's not a lot of things open 24 hours. Um, the Target is not, which is a shame because it actually closes kind of early. Like I think it's usually like 9 or 10. Uh, so I have to usually squeeze in trips during like normal work hours. And then a lot of the food places around here are also not 24 hours. So that has been a little bit of a disappointment. I think I like the Burger King here is technically open 24 hours, but they're like out of most things. Out like even not like I didn't go in like 4 in the morning or something, but I did try to get food at like 11:30 one time, and they're like, "No, we don't have that." Like, crap.
That that sort of reminds me of the old bartending trick. Um, a lot of bartenders absolutely hate making blended drinks. One, obviously, it's loud and obnoxious, and other customers don't appreciate it. But also because it requires more cleaning.
Yeah,
It's just kind of a pain in the ass. So yeah, I've known bartenders that will straight up like middle of the night or at a certain time of night, their answer just becomes, "Oh, sorry, the blender's broken." They might make
yeah.
blended
Well,
drinks during the restaurant hours, but then as soon as it turns over to like more of a nightclub scene or like late night lounge, they're like, "Whoops, sorry, the blender broke an hour ago."
yeah. That's the same thing with like milkshakes at McDonald's or ice cream or whatever.
Oh
Like
yeah,
at a
the
certain
infamous
point, yeah, the
the
machines, the
yeah,
machines
whatever
broken.
machine that's always broken.
Yeah, we don't want to clean it right now. That's what that means. Um, yeah. Oh, you know what? It never gets old opening YouTube chat too late, and I still have the entire backlog of comments I can
I
look at.
know. It's so wonderful. Um so let's see. Did I Oh, no, I haven't talked about this yet. I might. If we decide to go quasi-political, like tech but political, um there's a topic I'm going to make a joke about later, but I guess I have to kind of half make the joke now. If I ever make my return to Twitch, which thanks to Republican state Florida, I technically have a path to doing. Um, but if I ever did make a return to Twitch, I swear to God, I'm going to just straight up block chat on Twitch, and I'll just put a link there that says, if you want to chat, you're going to have to join the Discord server. Like, straight up, join the fucking Discord server. History, good, like, chat controls, everything.
Or just,
all right there. Take it away from Twitch. They don't deserve chat.
Yeah. Or just go, like, complete, I will not be silenced, and host your own IRC.
I mean, that works too.
Put a link. Yeah, put a link to like those like web IRC clients that you just click the link and it auto joins and you can talk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did that for some things years ago. I don't remember what. I think it might have been some live stream stuff, but anyway.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, Twitch chat is just... It is so bad. It's unfathomably bad. But hey, what are you gonna do? Though, yeah. I still don't see myself returning to Twitch. Even if I can get my account back, I don't see it happening. I don't know, maybe. It's hard because the draw of Bezos bucks is there, but at the same time, holy crap, what a shitty service.
Yeah, I've kind of got to the point where I don't really watch anything on Twitch anymore. Not just because it's like, oh, I don't really like Amazon, but also like I don't want to set up their. It's, you know, I guess this is also an argument for Google having too much power, but like I don't want to install the Twitch app on everything again every time I, get another phone to review or something. And also their app isn't very good, and neither is their website. Junk. So it's not really enjoyable for me to watch. I've never really been huge into watching Twitch stuff anyway. Like if I'm gonna watch something, it's like edited content.
Yeah.
Unless like I was really bored and I used it like old people use the TV, or just turn it on, and let there be noise.
Yeah, exactly. I kind of do, or I was kind of the same way. On and off, there have been a few times that I specifically decided to watch streamers, like during a special event or something that they were doing, or and there were a few I followed, and if they just happened to stream and I was bored when they started streaming, or maybe not bored, but I had like the extra bandwidth to listen to them, then it's like, yeah, okay, I kind of want to hear what's going on, but that's about it. I just did not really have the bandwidth to sit and listen to all of the streamers that I might have had some interest in. Which kind of sucks, because like some of them I actually wanted to catch while they were streaming, but the timing was never good.
Yeah. So yeah, that's usually why I gravitate more to YouTube or some other thing that has edited video.
Yeah, and which to that point, man, I can't wait to start editing video. I really desperately need to finish cleaning out part of this house so I can properly turn it into a decent like recording space. But yeah, that's going much slower than I'd like.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, but I really want to start doing videos.
I've experimented with a couple, like just not recording anything myself, but playing around with various video editors. I still haven't really found anything I enjoy using. The closest I found it, also because like ideally it would be on Linux, because that's where all my other stuff is.
Okay, so you've only had like what, 3 things to try?
Yeah. Well, I've played around with the most with Kden Live, which is partially made by like the KDE people, and it's nice, but it's definitely leans more into like there's a learning curve, and I haven't quite reached that learning curve yet. Okay, it's not as intuitive as like back in the day I was an iMovie guy, but I haven't had a Mac in a very long time. So, yeah, I love that movie.
Okay, I'm quickly pulling up just out of my own curiosity, really. I want to see what the Caden Live looks like.
I think it's multi-platform, so you can get it on more than just Linux, I believe.
I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see, download section. What does that look like? They have Windows, they have Linux. They mentioned Mac OS. Let's see. It can compile and run. Packages are available. Unfortunately, they are outdated. Volunteers are encouraged to contribute. Okay.
Open source, baby.
Let's see. Yeah, it looks like Windows is at least supported. Oh, what the hell? Oh my god, what is wrong with these monsters? I've never seen a web page do this. Okay, so I'm using the Magic Trackpad over here. Wonderful Magic Trackpad, my favorite freaking input device ever. And I'm trying to zoom in on the page with the typical finger split, or pinch gesture to zoom. And instead of zooming, it scrolls the page. They're capturing something.
Yeah.
I've never seen a page do this.
I wish so much that browsers would just block, would just kill all the APIs that let you modify scroll behavior.
Yes.
It has never once been useful to me. This is exactly the same as well, not exactly, but 95% the same as push notifications. I understand there are uses for this, but I don't want it 99% of the time. Maybe there's some purpose for a web app that needs special scrolling, but as I think I see this all the time whenever I have to go to Apple's website and they want to do the fancy parallax thing with every single product page, and then everyone copies them, and then it's just terrible.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm looking at Caden Live, and yeah, it looks a lot like a fairly typical editor. The only thing that's really standing out to me as particularly weird is how you apply effects, or at least how you change the settings for effects. That is a really odd looking panel.
Yeah, all the sliders. Yeah, it's a little bit.
I mean, all of them have something kind of like this, but it's I don't know. Yeah. I just don't like this. I don't like this layout, I think, is more the issue. The layout is weird.
The other one I've used or tried to use for a couple things is OpenShot, which I think is closer to the iMovie, easy to use kind of format. But it crashed all the time for me. I was saving after I did anything, just in the hopes that I would not lose anything.
No, that makes sense. Oh wow, OpenShot has a very cartoony look. I think that would be mostly just the icons. It's really the icons that give it that look. But wow, they are bright. They're really bright.
What is the yeah, the interface still looks like iMovie too, but not as good. Also, OpenShot did this weird thing where when you would want to put text on something, you would enter the text and whatever font or positioning stuff you wanted, and then it would make a clip for the text, and you overlay that on other stuff instead of just putting a text block somewhere that on top of the clips. It would show it would add it to the sources, as if it was like a video clip. It was very strange.
Wait. Okay, sorry. I was reading a little bit at the same, or I was trying to read at the same time. You were just talking about something that was added as a video clip, but shouldn't have been. What was it?
Text.
Oh, Oh.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. Adding text, it should appear as a video clip because you might want the text to last longer than a particular clip, so you don't want to add it as an effect. It should be another element in the timeline.
Yeah. Well, like, I remember what iMovie did is it just gives you, like, it's like a tooltip almost that appears over the timeline. So you can make it, you know, cross over multiple clips or whatever you want. But with OpenShot, it functions like a clip, and then also I think whatever effects you want on the clip are like hard coded to the length of whatever you specify at that point. So like you'd have to, you know, like if you'd want to change the words, you'd have to do this whole process again. So you would potentially have a lot of duplicate of like you changing things.
Ooh, okay, so now that sucks.
Yeah, it was not that fun, and it was crashing all the time. So I didn't use it very much. I don't know. Maybe it's better now. I haven't tried it in a year or two, and I know they've been doing big updates. So I don't know. Maybe it's not terrible anymore.
Yeah,
but I'd rather, you know, at some point take a couple hours and try to get familiar with Kdenlive more because it seems more polished from what I've used.
Oh, God, yeah. No, this interface is so... It's cringy, dude. It's cringy, yo.
It is very much like we let the engineers do the UI, which is like this
That's
is the
not
thing
who
that
I would attribute the UI to, but okay.
Like it's like
I guess that the engineers just bought an icon pack in like the 90s. And decided to apply it here. Yeah, that's okay. Then it kind of looks about right.
Yeah, because I think they're just using like. First of all, I think these screenshots might be a little bit old on their website, but yeah, they are just grabbing like the standard icons from GTK. So that's part of why it looks weird. But yeah. So anyway. OpenShot was crashy. Kdenlive is neat, but I need like a long time to get used to it.
Oh my god. I don't think the look has changed. I'm watching their video for what's new, and I think it was 2.44. Yeah. I don't know if that's the most recent version. I guess I should look at that too, but yeah, they definitely still have the same icons. Let's see, what's in the download section? What does it say?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, okay. There is a release notes page, but still. All right, so they're up to 251. How old was 244? I wonder.
I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back.
Okay. Let's see. 244 was in 244 was March 20th. Oh, never mind. Oh, no. March 20th, 2019. So, all right. That's their video was from 2 years ago. All right. So, wait a second. Their most recent version, 251, was released March 3rd, 2020. So they haven't released a new version in over a year. It's been 14 months. It's not terrible, but that's a pretty long delay. And prior to that, okay, February 8th, 2020 was the release of 2.5. It seems like, let me guess, if we go back, looks like they're kind of keeping a version cadence of maybe about once every year and a half. Well, maybe, ish. It's kind of hard to pin down. So they're maybe a little late on the release of what probably should be 2.6. That would be my read on this. Yeah, this feels cringy though. I don't know. I'm not sure I'm loving this. Though it, major releases probably should be generally a year apart. Were you listening while I was talking, or okay?
Cut the earbuds in.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, but yeah. So you caught the part about it being they should have a new release coming soon, or they're late. One of the two. It seems like most of their new releases have been happening in May, like at least the major version releases. Mm-hmm. But yeah.
You said the last one was in like early 2020?
March 3rd, 2020. And that was a point
one.
Or sorry, okay. Point one technically. 2.5 came out in February 8th, 2020, and then a month later they released a patch.
Yeah, so, I know at least a couple open source projects got like really disrupted by COVID, like everything. Because a lot of these are like, oh, we're working on this in our spare time after our 9-to-5 job, and some of those people don't have 9-to-5 jobs anymore, or they're spending all their time trying to find one. Like I saw it came out sometime in the past couple of days that the big GNU image editor fork, Glimpse, is basically discontinued now because they can't really get people to work on it because everyone has to do other stuff now.
Yeah.
So there's been a lot of that. It's harder to do things that don't really make money when you don't have money.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So very notably, early this month, May 3rd, they actually did a call for volunteers. The day before that, there was a so-called Feedback Friday where they talked about the Zoom slider, AI, and new Windows build. And just last week, they did another Feedback Friday about snapping and improved timeline zooming performance. But very notably, those are the only posts from May. Those are the only posts this year. 3 this month and nothing else. So, yeah, I have a feeling they're stumbling a bit.
Yeah.
Which, hey, it happens. Like, I'm not trying to crap on them over that.
What do you mean these guys aren't working hard enough for free?
I mean,
although I bet OpenShot it probably has some money coming in, but I'm sure it's not enough to keep on full-time team. Almost assuredly, very few projects can get to that point.
Well, as it turns out, credit to them, they actually show you their donations. You can actually go on their webpage. Up in the titles, they have a donate button, or not button, but a drop down. You can go to one page to make a donation, or the other page to view donations. So,
that's cool. I like this. This is cool.
In the month of May, they made $899 in donations. April, $13.20, $13.03 in March, $14.18 in February. So, all right, they are drawing roughly to the tune of about, an average-ish of maybe $13.50 a month. Which, no, that wouldn't pay for a developer. Not even one. But, no. If it's mostly your off time and you're kind of just making updates and maybe working on a couple of personal projects, that's not bad.
Those stats on the side are for the current month. So during the course of May, they've gotten about $900 in donations. So, yeah.
Sorry, it was kind of blocked in the stream by your picture, but I just scrolled up the page. Yeah, but on the right side, it shows you the last 4 months.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that's honestly, this is better than I think most open source projects get. That's not bad.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Cody.
Well, hey, there are some open source projects I know that bring in way more than this, but to be fair, they also have continuous, like, literally full-time developers.
Yeah, and this is something that's on multiple platforms, and every time they release an update, they have to publish it in probably a dozen places.
Yeah,
just for Linux. Everyone's got their package manager, but yeah, it's never in a good enough equilibrium with how much work is involved.
No, there's no such thing.
Yeah, which not everyone necessarily needs like to get rich from this stuff.
Though that being
they like doing it.
That being said, I just had both a wonderful idea and sadly one that's never going to happen. But it's my immediate thought is, as I look at this, hey, this project made 900 so far this month. That's like a day for even a moderately successful Twitch streamer. And all I'm thinking is, how great would it be if one of these days, one of those Twitch streamers would be like, today, I want, instead of donating to me, please, everyone donate to this project. Like 1 month where a Twitch streamer just straight up says, look, I don't need to make money this month. Please, don't. Like, here's a thing that is freaking fantastic. Put your money there. Like, just donate directly to them. Don't give it to me and ask me to donate. I want you to give it straight to them because be awesome. It will never happen.
I see that happening a lot for like charities, but usually not like software projects. That's a little bit more niche.
It's not cool enough.
Yeah. OpenShot isn't like delivering vaccines to poor areas of the world, I would imagine. Although that'd be cool if they were.
Oh, okay. I know that this is off topic, but you just brought it up, and in a kind of accidentally, or rather, you reminded me of it by accident. I had to look on a site that we'll just say it has clandestine purpose.
Okay.
And as I see this little like outlined in red notice on there, and I'm not really thinking too much of it. I see it says something about vaccines, and it's like, oh, okay, whatever. This site must be trying to do a vaccine, like encouraging people to get vaccines or something. And then I look at it closer, and it's like, it's a conspiracy theory about vaccines. It's like, cool, I'm never coming back here. I already don't trust this site for obvious reasons, but okay, you are bad. Like, you're straight up bad. I don't need to come here for what little crappy service you offer.
Yeah. The next Techathon will donate exclusively to the weirdest Linux distribution I can find.
So, all right. I know you were looking for something in the realm of easier to use editing. But I would be remiss if I did not mention my new favorite that I've been kind of pimping for no good reason. I mean, it's not like they're paying me or anything, and they haven't even given me like their pro version. But dude, try DaVinci. DaVinci Resolve is okay. Here's the thing.
I am aware that that's one of the better ones for Linux.
Well, I would go so far as to say it is the best one. Admittedly, it does have a learning curve. It's going to, for everything that you said about Kden Live having kind of more of a learning curve than OpenShot. Just judging by looking at the screenshots and seeing how things are kind of laid out, I feel reasonably confident that DaVinci is going to be even more complicated. I don't think you're necessarily going to take to it as easily, but it is so capable, so powerful, and there is this feature of DaVinci called Fusion. Fusion is the coolest effects editor in the world because effects are done as a flowchart. Let's see. I don't know if you're actually watching the stream right now, but
I'll flick it on. I'll flick it on.
Okay, I'm on their page and I'm just zoomed into a section of it right now. This is the flowchart. Literally on the far left is a media endpoint, and each step of an effect you actually build as a flowchart. So, I mean, if you have it all a programmer's mind, which you do, obviously.
I would hope so.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the moment I saw this, it immediately just made me so much happier than seeing how my experiences with like mostly Final Cut. I've used Premiere in the past. I hate Premiere. I don't hate it. I just don't like it that much. I've used Sony Vegas in the past, though never for effects. All of them, when you apply an effect, you typically you pick an effect from some box, drag it in, and just layer it onto a video. And it's layered onto a clip. And I don't like that because you have to do, I don't know, it's not visually as logical. And you can't do like branching stuff. With this, it's different. It's hard to describe, but it's just different. Watch a video on YouTube about doing anything with Fusion, and it just looks so much more logical. At least I think so. And I don't know how much you care about doing effects, so granted, that's a little bit of a different issue, but all you really have to do is watch a video. You won't remember this, but if you care enough looking back that you want to come back here, just ask me in the future. Look up a YouTube channel by this guy Casey Ferris. He does like sort of beginner tutorial videos, and he did like a getting started video that just shows the workflow that you're supposed to use with DaVinci, and it's like when you see the process of here's where you add clips, here's where you sequence them and cut them, here's where you add effects, like each stage of the workflow, it's like, oh my god, you couldn't ask for something more straightforward than this.
Yeah.
But again, if you're coming from like an iMovie mentality, I can totally see how this would be more, it wouldn't immediately come naturally, but once you have your mindset for how you would edit video in this workflow, it's, I think, way easier.
Yeah, eventually I'll do some of that. Like in my list of things I need to want to do in my non-work time, like video edit, it's down here. like
yeah, and I get that.
Every once in a while, like I get like I want to do this right now, and then I need to do other things, and I get distracted.
Yeah. So really quick, because I've mostly been paying attention to chat, but I did miss the last few. But I also want to quickly, I meant to mention this earlier, just going back, one credit to OpenShot. I mean, I don't care about this, but I feel like it deserves credit for it. They have a specific section for Chrome OS downloads. I mean, nobody else does that.
Yeah.
And I know you don't care about this anymore, and cheers to you for breaking the weird hold Chrome OS has over some people's brains. But yeah, credit if anyone cares about a video editor to run on Chrome OS. And I would never even try running DaVinci on there, because holy crap, no Chrome device has enough power to run it. But
run it in Stadia.
Ooh, I mean, I still think that's going to happen someday. If Stadia does not branch out to doing stuff like that, they're insane.
I really don't know why they haven't tried to branch out into any kind of application at this point. Like,
I think they're going to.
it's clearly working for like VMware and all these other companies that do this.
Yeah.
Like, you know how like I don't know if Adobe would allow this, but just like Photoshop on Stadia would probably be an easy sell.
Yes. The only thing is, I don't know how much demand there is for. Well, okay. I don't know how much demand there is for Photoshop on Stadia. I'm sure there's some. I have no doubt there's some.
What yeah. Like what I would imagine how this works is the same system that Google has already implemented for Ubisoft, where you just log in with your Adobe account into Stadia, and then you could just use any of the apps you already pay for, and it gets spun up in some Windows. Well, okay, actually, this would be the other issue, wouldn't it? Is that they don't support Linux, but Stadia is built on that, so they would have to get some Windows VMs going.
Okay, so my question would be, believe me, I see why this isn't going to happen, but I'm just saying it for the sake of saying it. With Photoshop, I feel like their solution can be purely because of performance reasons. They could do something like Office 360, where they could rebuild everything as a web app, and yeah, if you're working with like 40 megapixel images and you've got like multiple layers stacked up and tons of effects, yes, that would require something more powerful. But generally speaking, if you did a somewhat light version of Photoshop and do it as a web app, let's be honest, even a Chromebook could handle it. It might run slow, it might not be wonderful, but it would work.
Yeah, absolutely. Because like I've used, GIMP on Chromebooks, and
Yeah,
it works totally fine. Like I don't do anything crazy. I'm not trying to edit like 100 megapixel images. I'm usually just I need to, like I download an image, I quickly need to crop it or blur something out.
Right. Yeah, and I mean everything should run fine with that sort of operation. But when I think of, that's the thing. I'm not sure what the reason would be for running Photoshop over something like Stadia, if the real need is just, or not the real need, but if what your goal is to just make a web accessible version of Photoshop. At that point, you could do it as a web app. And granted, there are reasons why Stadia might still be better. There might be reasons why the web app could be better. Like there might be implementation details you want to keep secure and you can't put those in a web app. Like there are a bunch of factors in there I could totally see, but the thing is you could do that.
Well, it's the same thing with like you said, Office, where it has a web app, but there's still a market for streaming it from the cloud to a PC because the web app doesn't do everything.
Yeah.
And also Microsoft makes bad web apps, so that's the other problem here.
Yeah, that part's definitely true. And
I think
doing an online Photoshop, let me just quickly get this in. I could totally see that would not be very viable as an offline app for countless reasons. Think the sheer size of it.
Yeah. Well, if they're rewriting it and leaving behind.
Yeah, if they're not including a lot of stuff, that's
1% of people use. I'm sure it wouldn't be too bad. But I like they're kind of sort of doing this. I think their goal is to do to Photoshop what they did to Lightroom, where they make the new Lightroom app and it's on a newer code base that can be ported. They can keep it on one code base for desktop and mobile, and then they start adding stuff to that. Because like they did that for Lightroom, and that was first on iOS, and then for iOS and desktop, and then they eventually brought it to Android, and it's all the same code now. And they have the new Photoshop for the iPad, I think, already, but I don't think they've brought that to desktop yet, and definitely not Android. That seems to be the eventual goal, is that they're rewriting these apps on something that's cross-platform. I don't know what toolkit they're using, but it's something that works on everything.
I mean,
Um,
if it's Adobe, you know it's something they built themselves, and it's not good.
it's Flash.
Uh, Probably not far from it. Um,
Yeah.
I wish I could remember the name of it, but there was actually something that they had built that was like the follow-up to Flash. But it's
Are you thinking of Adobe Air?
yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I couldn't
I
remember why.
I liked Adobe Air because I could make web apps that functioned like desktop apps, and unlike Electron, there was only one copy of the runtime. So you had to install Adobe Air on the PC as the environment, but then all the other apps were just like it's just the files the app needs. So much better than Electron, where I have like 10 copies of Chrome running on my computer at any given time.
And it really, not that it's super important, but it is worth noting. Technically, they do have Adobe Photoshop Express, which is a web app. It's a bad web app, but it does exist, and it includes a few features. Looks like they've added a few since the last time I checked it out.
Yeah, I know. I think I have Express on my tablet, but it's kind of just a glorified Google Photos editor.
I think glorified would be saying too much about it.
Does it have layers yet?
I don't see any sign of layers.
Yeah,
this really doesn't do much of anything. This is I would actually compare it to your watermarking tool, but with a few more functions.
It looks like
the
photo editor on Samsung phones, where it lets you add like text and make like collages and stuff. Okay, that's not helpful. That's not what I need.
Oh wow. And making just the smallest change to it is just slow as hell. Yeah, okay, this isn't good.
What is really needed for people to care for them more? Yeah, I don't know. I don't like giving money to Adobe every month, but they've got me sucked in with Lightroom. So, yeah.
Yeah,
also, I buy all the subscriptions on sale. That's the other reason.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's for everyone's best.
I'm stocked up for the next 2 years.
Yeah, I think I need to re-up soon.
I'm not sure if I'll keep paying after. Or I'm not sure if I'll buy more subscriptions, because like I don't know. Depends on where I'm at in 2 years. But right now I don't like really need a professional photo editor. Like whatever Google Photos does is fine, but I've already paid for it, so I'm going to keep using it for that period of time.
Yeah.
David Lama said, "Hi, how's your new place, Corbin?" It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Anyone watching the stream right now is seeing me screw around with a screenshot inside of Photoshop Express, and I just used the remove background function, and it just did the weirdest thing to this screenshot.
Oh dear.
Oh, this is like an image exploding.
Yeah.
What? Wow.
You know, if you ever feel disorganized, just remember that Adobe has about 15 different applications called Photoshop.
Oh yeah, no kidding.
Like I'm just looking at their Play Store page.
I got it.
And they have Photoshop Express, Photoshop Sketch, Photoshop Mix, Photoshop Camera, Photoshop Fix. Okay, that's all of them. That's like 7 too many. Also,
Yeah.
you can tell which ones they forgot about because they have like the old
Older
Creative
style
Suite
icons.
branding. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can tell which ones absolutely have not been touched in like 10 years.
Well, and in general, they have a lot of apps on here. And I mean, all of these are their apps. So that's what well, 16
They
apps.
still have the uh, Phone Gap demo app on here,
Oh
which
wait,
was
no, they
their
have way more than that. Sorry, my bad. They have jeez. Okay, so 30 apps. That's intense. And granted, a few of these are, junk apps, kind of like Google. If you ever look in Google's profile for how many apps they have, there's so many in there that were like created for one event or something, or
Yeah.
they existed, now they're done, and no one bothered to remove them.
Oh, Adobe. This is stressing me out. I gotta close this tab. Why do they have a? Oh.
Okay.
There's too
Anyway,
many now.
so to wrap up my earlier point, though, or wait, what? There was something I was going to go back to about Resolve, and now I can't remember what. But yeah. Anyway, try it. If you run into any issues, go ahead and ask me. I probably have already kind of learned about it if I haven't already solved it. Let's see. Anyway, I also promised to look at comments, and I kind of sidetracked on that. Let's see.
So Diablo asked if anyone has or he wonders if anyone has the Fuchsia Nest Hub firmware yet, and checked if anything's different. I have my Nest Hub plugged in. It's the Gen 1, so it should get that update at some point. I don't think it's changed. I mean, I'll go check. We'll do an investigation.
How do you even tell? I'm not really sure.
I assume something would be different. I mean, it looks the same as it has for months, so I don't think I have anything different.
Let's see. Wonder if anyone got. Okay, yeah.
I know the Google app will tell you what firmware version you're on.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. I'll
I don't know
check
if anyone's
that.
identified what firmware version is the Fuchsia.
Let's see. The Home app, because I use that at all.
The Home app stresses me out. I hate opening it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it is one of the worst apps.
It's like, hey, you want to pay for Sling? I know you came here just to turn off your Chromecast, but we'd really like it if you paid for Sling.
Oh, I don't know that I really get that, but no, my issue with the Home app is it's so confusing. I mean, it is absolutely the worst design for an app, because you go looking for one thing, and if you're lucky, you'll find it first try, like I just happened to. But if you're not, like if you haven't, if you're looking for anything, you don't necessarily know what you're looking for, you're probably not going to find it, because they've got stuff buried in weird as fuck places. There was back when I was doing teardowns all the time, and Rita was actually working on this post, like kind of an everything that you can do with Assistant sort of a post. We both, God, I'd say we spent about 2 weeks just trying to figure out all these different aspects, which, man, I am so sad I never got paid for any of that time. But man, we spent so much work trying to figure out all these weird little aspects of the Home app, and you just can't. Tons of them are buried, and there's stuff that doesn't make any sense at all. And even as we were trying to communicate with each other so many times, and it's like, you would say the name of a screen, and the other person would think that they had gone to that screen, and then you realize, oh no, we took different ways to what we thought were the same thing, and they lead us to similar screens, but they're not the same. They have different purposes or different functions on them. And it's like, why? There's no reason for them to be different.
It's like trying to tell someone over the phone how to drive to your house. Did you take a left on the big schoolhouse? No, I went this. Why'd you go this way? Yeah, and also there was that fun bit where Google was trying to make the app into like a content portal.
Oh God, I hated that.
And that was the first page that would always show up when you open the app, and it's like, this is not what I came here for. I don't think anyone in the history of time has opened the Google Home app looking for something to watch on TV. I don't think that ever happened.
Okay, so do we happen to know the firmware number?
Yeah, so on mine, if you go to the page for the Home Hub, and you click the settings gear, and
that's where I'm at.
Okay, yeah, so mine.
I just don't know what the firmware is supposed to be.
Mine at the bottom, yeah. Mine says the system firmware version is 241.809. And I don't know if anyone has identified what version the Fuchsia is.
Okay, I'm way ahead of you on firmware. I'm on 249.798.
Wow, Google hates me.
Well, I am in the preview program on this device. So
oh yeah, I'm not on that. Okay.
I'm assuming that probably is making it a lot more likely that I'm getting it.
You'll probably get it first, yeah.
And I'm always on preview program. Seriously, my Home Hub restarts literally every night. And it's at times that nobody would be using it, so that makes sense. But I happen to be sitting in the office during these late hours, and I'll always see the screen kind of move out of the corner of my eye, and it's like,
you hear the chimes, yeah.
Oh no, it doesn't even chime. It just does a silent update.
Oh.
Or well, silent enough.
I'm not sure if I've caught my original Google Home updating lately. I think it might still do a chime. I'm not sure.
The original Home, I don't know if that one does it either.
I know at least it used to. Or rather, it would reboot.
You know what?
And then it would
I don't think
do
it
the
does.
boot sound. It always does.
Yeah, I don't think it does that anymore, because again, I'm up during the hours that it would definitely want to reboot. Yeah. And yeah, I haven't heard it do that ever.
That poor Google algorithm trying to figure out when you're going to be asleep.
Oh, it's impossible. Literally
it's like,
impossible.
What is going on?
I don't even know when I'm going to be asleep.
No algorithm can compensate for Cody Standard Time.
There is no such thing. You've heard of Hawaiian time? Cody time is even more complicated.
Cody time is whatever you think it is.
And not at all. But, yeah, anyway, so if anyone knows the version number that this firmware is supposed to be for Fuchsia, I can confirm I'm maybe on it.
I would imagine at least a couple things would be different. I wonder
I don't see why.
Well,
because the whole interface is supposed to be like a dedicated interface. And I'm not sure why they would change it.
Yeah. I don't know.
And plus, it's unclear, but somebody was saying, I apologize, I forget who it was, but didn't someone say that the whole interface was now built in Flutter, or at least parts of it? So if that's the case, they probably are just literally recompiling and pushing the Flutter version for Fuchsia as opposed to the Flutter version for their broken Android fork.
Is that why it's so laggy? My poor
Um,
Nest Hub. It's like using my original Raspberry Pi again. It's just it kind of chugs along if I try to swipe it really fast.
yeah. Um, let's
I mean,
see.
I know they never put a good processor in those because it doesn't need one, but little rough.
I mean, it still works a hell of a lot faster than the UI in my cars, so I'm not. I'm not I will freely grant that it may be a little bit laggy, but it's nowhere near as laggy as a car. That's a big step up. I want my car to run as well as the Nest Hub, is what I'm saying. And I want a screen as pretty as the Nest Hub too. My Honda Accord, which, holy crap, the amount that they charge for their infotainment system. I mean, it's not egregious, but still, like, please, let's just get a Nest Hub installed.
I know. I don't miss the tiny glossy screen in my Nissan Leaf. Which I hesitate to even call that an. Yeah. Yeah. So it wasn't really even like an entertainment system. It was the display for the like radio station and it was still like an LCD screen. It wasn't like, you know, like the clock screens that some other cars have, but it was like a tiny little screen that was too low, and you can tell that they had to add the rear camera after they'd already designed all this, because when the US started requiring it for new cars, because it is very difficult to look at my rear view camera on there, especially because it was glossy. So if the sun's out, I'm just not seeing what's behind me unless I turn my head, which I did. It was not good, and that car didn't have Android Auto or anything like that, so it didn't need a huge screen. It was still terrible. I hated it.
Yeah, my let's see, one of my screens. So Honda Accords, at least starting with my year, I don't know about the year before. They have two screens. There's the touch screen that's closer to you, and that one is definitely matte. The second screen is further back, and it actually has like a plastic cover over it. So you can't really tell. I can't really tell if it's technically glossy or matte because it doesn't really get reflections anyway. I guess technically it must be matte. I don't know. Anyway, the touchscreen is definitely matte.
Yeah, because that's the smart thing to do. Nissan's like, what if we didn't?
Yeah. No. Oh man, I loved the couple of Nissans that I've had in my life, but my God, they just took so long to jump on Android Auto. There was no choice. Like, I literally tried to buy a Nissan with Android Auto. I researched it, looked into it, and it's like, okay, you guys just aren't making this yet. Are you going to in like next year? Could this be a situation where I wait a year to replace the car that got destroyed by some drunk driver? Like, could I wait and get a car with Android Auto? No, you guys aren't even committing to when you're gonna add it. All right, sorry, you lost the sale. And
you can't even do the like, can I just get a new entertainment system in a year? Because like those aren't like replaceable anymore. They're like part of the whole interior frame.
That pisses me off so much.
Yeah, I like it. It looks better, and it usually is a better use of space than like essentially having like a server rack in your car. But I like being able to that would be a lot nicer. Is because like I'm sure at some point, you know, all this stuff is going to stop working or be not useful. Just like, you know, like I think my like all the cars that had like iPod integration, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, they all
there's
have
still
these
a lot of cars
connectors and
yeah, like all these cars on the roads that had like iPod docks in them. Or
Oh
like I
yeah.
was, like, well, I guess also a more obvious example is all the cars that still have tape decks. But at least
Yeah.
with the tape decks, you can get like those janky adapters that give you a headphone jack, and then you're fine.
Yeah. Um I okay, so at least with most of those 30-pin connector iPod docks, most of those you could actually, not all of them, but a lot of them, like aftermarket mod shops or any like mechanic that was willing to do this kind of stuff, for relatively cheap, they could usually modify those and update them to lightning ports or lightning connectors, so you could still have a usable dock. um as far as it goes though, and I've said this, I don't know how many times I've said this about TVs, because God, I've said this a lot about TVs. I understand that your TV is going to come with smart stuff included, and that's fine. I'm okay with this, but please let us replace the chip inside. Don't make your TV expendable by virtue of the fact that the OS inside of it became outdated. That's what pisses me off about TVs, and it's just as bad with cars. Please let us replace the internal chips in cars, and ideally it'd be kind of nice if we could replace the screens too, because yikes, low res. But yeah, and when it's going to be 10 times worse when Android Automotive becomes a thing. Your car is going to last 7 years, maybe longer, hopefully longer. And the OS in your car is going to stop getting updates at what, 4, 5? Yeah. That's not okay.
That's why, that's why I'm not like. I've seen a lot of people get excited for Android Automotive, and I'm just not there.
I mean, I am excited for it because, frankly, I think Android Auto has some problems that aren't really going to get solved without Android Automotive. Believe me, I could do a whole episode just on that. But at a bare minimum, my biggest complaint is the fact that you're always waiting on your phone to launch services and, well, first connect and then launch services. That alone is slow. It is not a good experience. So Android Automotive, we're talking about a version of Android that is going to go to sleep as opposed to like fully shutting down. That's great. I love that. But my God, when it comes to the day that that people are complaining, hey, my car no longer, it's not supported, and there's security breaches, and because there's going to be security issues
and right. And I'm sure it will eventually get to the point where like I was briefly looking into getting like an old Palm phone because I totally missed out on the modern Palm devices. And I was like, I kind of want to. I know. Well, I made apps for it. I think I can't remember if I ever published them or not, but I definitely had like the SDK and I had the emulator going because it was just a web app, but it was no work. But I want to just get it to play around with, and you flat out cannot set them up anymore because at some point they need to ping a server somewhere, and that doesn't work anymore. So you can't reset them anymore. So at what point are you gonna get like a used car and it's like, okay, here's the entertainment system, don't touch it. If you reset it, it won't work again.
Yeah.
Like how long is like Google has a pretty good track record with like that issue specifically. Like you can still set up a really old Android phone and it will still connect to Google services and stuff.
To a limit. I mean, you remember
again like this.
Yeah, you remember Ryan's weird, I'm gonna try all the oldest, worst phones I can get my hands on thing, where he used that one that was before the G1, and he tried setting up a G1 and had a nightmare with that experience. Like, some of this stuff just doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, eventually, someone at Google goes, okay, there's like 3 devices that got activated through this method last month. I think we can turn this off. And so, yeah, at some point, all this stuff stops working.
Yeah, which, if
Um,
there's even one device, you probably shouldn't be turning it off, but whatever.
right. But yeah, so that's why, like, the tech industry has never been good with long-term software support. Like, this is a thing that is discouraged in the, you know, how these products are sold.
I know what you're saying, but I quickly want to point out Windows, dude. Long-term support on Windows was kind of crazy good. I mean, look at how long Windows XP
Yeah.
survived. And okay, granted, it wasn't getting all the security updates, but my God, Windows XP.
Yeah, there are exceptions, but yeah, I can't. It's really hard for me to keep getting excited about, like, oh, it's another thing that's connected to the internet that probably won't get the attention it needs, because even a lot of the types of devices that do need this constant upkeep don't get that. Right? Like, how many of the Android phones sold today maybe get a security patch once a year, if that? Like,
Yeah.
it's not good. And
Yeah, and if
it-
car
I-
companies are
like,
in any way connected to this, you know it's going to be
Yeah.
worse.
yeah, yeah. So again, like you said, if this was like your theoretical proposal was smart TVs, where it's just like a little Raspberry Pi board we take out of the car after a couple years and put the new one in, and we're fine. I'd be totally cool with that. That'd be great. But that's never what happens.
Yeah.
They never do that. It's all the one integrated thing that was designed probably years before the car itself went into production. And then the car was in production for a long time, and then eventually, because most people don't buy new cars, someone will get it years after the car was made, and by that point it's already bad, and it just keeps getting worse.
Corbin, reset.
Oh, even in Chrome?
That was quick. Huh, that was really, really fast for a needed reset.
Did Jitsi pick the right microphone? I'll pick the manually just in case. But yeah, no, and that's why I kind of not too excited about most of this stuff. I think if we're not gonna do the let me take the innards out of the car and put new ones in after a certain point, my second what I would pick next would be let me plug any phone I want in, and it's just a screen mirroring, which is what Android Auto does. Like, whenever Google replaces Android Auto with something, or Google replaces Android with something else, like, I'm sure all that will still work with the new thing, because it's just mirroring an image and sending back touch responses, and maybe doing like audio over USB, which is like, all this is standardized stuff. The only part they're keeping locked up is whatever security exchange happens over USB, so that you can't run like, you can't plug in a TV over your car, and Nissan gets sued because someone would try that.
So yeah, I mean, believe me, I get the incentive behind Android Auto, and why this is technically basically a future-proof design. The problem I have with it, like I said, is you end up with situations like you're waiting on a connection, or if for example you have a car that's not wireless, or doesn't support wireless Android Auto, then you hop in the car and have to make a point of digging out your phone from your pocket or wherever it is, plugging it in, and all that stuff. you know, there are reasons why Android Automotive is ideal. Plus, Android Automotive, in practical terms, does allow a little bit more integration with the car. Not to say that you couldn't technically have all that stuff with Android Auto, but it doesn't. It's less likely for a number of reasons. So I get why Android Automotive has an appeal to it. Also, I think that there is more potential for stuff running on the car. Actual, like, sometimes you want apps running on the car. And also, Android Automotive, this to me, I know people disagree on this, but oh my god, please, let's have some things that are like you install them on the car. Like, I want music player installed on the car. I don't want it, like, this isn't an issue I have, but I've heard other people complain about this. Let's say that you've got 3 people that share the same car.
Yeah.
If one sits down and plugs in their phone, they're the one using it, then you're dependent on whatever they have installed on their phone. If you then decide, oh, hey, let's all listen to such and such thing on this other service, you might end up unplugging one person's phone and plugging in someone else's. Like, that's stupid. It's not a good experience. So there are reasons why I think Android Automotive has a lot of appeal, but it's just I see so much potential for that to become a deadlock where we're gonna have the car companies either slow or never pushing out updates, because, you know, somehow one way or another the manufacturers will end up in control of this. And what I'm even more worried about is that we're going to end up with car companies that are saying, hey, do you want an update to Android 13? Well, if you do, you're going to have to pay us like $200.
Yeah.
And oh, hey,
because they're already doing
hardware. This didn't update your hardware, so if you also want to update to 13, you're also going to have to like, our old hardware just doesn't run it well enough. You're going to have to install new hardware, so take it into the shop. Right. That's going to be another $300. So for you to get the latest version, you might be in for like $400 or $500. That doesn't sound good either.
Yeah. Everything's bad.
Yeah.
Like, if this was, you know, ideally, this would be like how Google handles Chromebook reference boards, where they make the board and they do all the updates, and this is just how it works. But Android,
auto manufacturers will never allow that.
No, they won't. Yeah, because everyone wants their own thing, especially because of Tesla and how Tesla builds their own software stack from the ground up, and that's like one of the defining features of their car is the UI they've built. And every other car manufacturer is looking at Tesla in every way and wanting to copy the successful parts. And that's one of them.
They don't want to do it. They don't want to pay the money to copy it. They just wish that they could.
Yeah. So yeah,
and the counter to this though is, and I have to say that this is also the drawback to Android Auto. Car manufacturers have no incentive to do anything now. With Auto, they've handed over just enough of that control to Google that it's running off of the phones. And now, if I went to Honda today and said, guys, like, your infotainment system is kind of slow, the screen sucks, I have this list of problems, their answer is going to be, I mean, if they were speaking honestly, their answer is, we don't care. We don't have a way to charge you for anything. So tough luck, pound sand. And like, that kills on the other end of it, because my car can never get better than what Android Auto can be, and only as good as what Android Auto can be running on a okay screen with kind of slow touch response and that's it. Like, I can't get more than that out of it. And I want my car to be able to get better, which at least theoretically could happen with Android Automotive.
Or, if we didn't all move away from standard entertainment system boxes where you go to AutoZone and you get the new one, and a couple screwdrivers later you're good.
I mean, I would love that. Legitimately, I would love if we could get back to that, however you want to frame it.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I mean, like that was a little bit complicated back then too. Yeah.
Believe me,
all had different hookups. Yeah.
I've had a couple of stereos replaced in cars, so yeah. I'm familiar with that experience. Very familiar with that experience.
Yeah.
You take your car in, it's in there for like 4 hours while they rip out some parts and put in other parts, and then at the end of it, they kind of casually like, you want the old thing, as they're holding up this, all these pieces with wires hanging out, and it's like, I'm not gonna do anything with that. Throw it away. What are you thinking, jackasses? Why are you even asking me? But why don't we have center consoles that we can just rip out and put in new stuff? Let's get back to that. That was fantastic.
I like how the same issues keep coming up in like every tech industry, and the answer is always like no. Right? Why like my Dell XPS 13 has RAM glued to the motherboard. Why can't I grade the RAM? Because we wanted to make it slightly thinner, or we don't want you to do that. We want you to buy the new thing.
Yeah. It's always about the bottom line, because let's be honest. Well, okay. I was just about to crap on Apple and say, let's be honest, Apple could make removable RAM, but admittedly, now that we're into the M1 chip, I don't know how easy it is for them to make that removable. That might actually have real technical issues.
You keep talking. I'm gonna get my water.
Okay. But with standard laptops, it was not unreasonable for them to make removable RAM. They haven't, because if they did that, people would not really have the technical incentive to say, fine, I would have rather bought the cheap model, and then if I ever need the RAM upgrade, I'll just pay for it later. Or I'll buy the RAM and insert it later. Now, when you buy, you kind of have to look at the models and say, well, someday I might need that RAM, so I'll just pay for it now. It sucks. It's not ideal. It's obviously a way to sort of motivate people to spend more money up front than they would have otherwise. So I get it, but my God, does that suck. I hate that incentive. They're incentivizing sort of by threat, because the only way to fix it is to just go buy a whole new laptop. Let's see. Anyway, Austin, the ODB2 scanner costs like $120 to use, and the dealer charges a minimum of 1 hour of labor. Yeah, that's one thing that also kills me about dealerships, is 9 times out of 10 they're just plugging something in, and a fairly standard part, and they're just running a scan. And they're running a scan with a N as in Nancy, though it feels like a scam. M as in man. Anyway, let's see. Unless you complain about a bug in the old software, then they do it for free. You haven't taken your car into the shop though, and it is supposed to be better. Oh, it's supposed to have better wireless update access. Interesting. And yeah, one of these days I actually need to. I've been putting this off for way too long. I need to take my car in, because there are like 3 or 4 recalls on my car, and pretty much all of them are just like, yeah, we need to replace some small part. Anyway, I need to take it in, and one of the things was an update to some firmware somewhere. And I figure at this stage, if I take it in, whatever firmwares that they've released since then will probably get installed, and that'll be probably a really good thing. Anyway, damn, they seriously need to make customers happy. Don't they want repeat buyers? You know, what stands out to me is Apple has proven something with this. If you make your customers happy with one thing, you can successfully make them unhappy with something else, and you'll keep most of your buyers. So Apple may have taken away things like replaceable RAM, but they're still putting the better operating system on. And I know some people are going to argue with that. You're wrong. But they're putting the better operating system on their computers. They're making computers with really good looking screens, generally really good battery life. I'm trying to think of what things I can safely say. Like, I don't want to say they're like a good port selection, because that's obviously a famous problem. But yeah, you go down the list of all the different things, and it's like, there's a reason why so many Apple customers are happy, even if they've been really unhappy with specific issues. And people keep coming back and buying more. Yeah, Corbin is off getting water. Let's see. Scrolling down. Diablo loves this Chromebook. Interesting. Odd. I have my doubt about love, but okay. I kid. Let's see. Austin, you'd buy a car running Chrome OS in a heartbeat. This feels to me like it feels almost like a good idea, and at the same time sort of the start of a Windows crashing joke. I know Chrome OS doesn't have big crashing issues, but I feel like there's gotta be jokes in there about Chrome OS's various deficiencies. Welcome back, Corbs.
Hi. So I got my dog Daisy an identical bed to the one she liked, but I put it in the living area. So now I can look at her when she decides she wants to sit in a bed, instead of her just going to the other room. She's like, do I want to be around human or be comfortable? I choose be comfortable.
Oh, that's like my cat. So my cat has a weird little personal update, I guess. My cat is in a phase right now. At night, what she has often done throughout history is she loves to come over and curl up next to me on the couch. A lot of times, like, I'll just lie down on the couch, she'll come over, curl up. Usually she really has a fascination with lying down on my arm. And yeah, she curls up and is happy like that. And for the last several months, actually maybe even going into years, possibly, she has been against coming into my office and sleeping on my lap, which was kind of great for a number of reasons, but that's neither here nor there.
Right.
In the last few weeks, maybe like 2 weeks, she has flipped this behavior. So now, if I'm in the living room, she will not come sleep on the couch. She will instead go into the kitchen dining area and sleep on the floor. However, if I move into my office, give it like 10 minutes, and she will come in here, jump up on the desk, and look straight down at my lap like, all right, present. Give me my spot. And she hops down happily. She curls up and goes straight to sleep on my lap, and it's like, okay, what happened here? Why did this behavior flip? So I don't know what's going on, but that's now her thing.
I've been having fun psychology experiments trying to get my dog to not be depressed when I leave. That's been fun. Also, I almost got her. So I've had a Galaxy Smart Tag on her since I got one with my S21. Like, it's not in practical terms, it's not that helpful. Like it raises the chances of me finding her if she's lost from like 5% to maybe like 8%, like about I'd say. Um, but it's like I already got the tag, whatever. And I saw T-Mobile made a smart tag that connects to their LTE network, and I was like, oh, that's cool. That's like the perfect use case for this. Until I found out, and also it's like $5 a month, which like okay, you know I'll pay that for my dog. That's okay. And then there's like, oh, you have to be a T-Mobile customer. I'm like, oh, that was a letdown.
Yeah. Okay, not that it's important. I just DM something to you over Discord. It totally random, but I just saw it in my email and figured I had to show you that.
Okay. I'm trying to. I got this chocolate square from my closet, but it appeared to have been crushed at some point, and it's like all caramel on the inside. So I'm getting caramel on my fingers.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go. I gotta wash my hands now.
Yeah, exactly. Caramel is the eternal like doomsday thing for sticky hands.
This tastes great, but my hands are disgusting.
Oh, I bet. Yeah. Well, lately I've actually been keeping oranges next to my desk and eating those. Which, yay, oranges, they're awesome. But oh my god, I love the scent of oranges, but when you're peeling away the skin and all the oil is like expelled from the skin of the orange, that gets on your hands, and all I can think is I don't want to be spreading this to my keyboard and trackpad and everything else. So yeah, I get up now at least twice anytime I'm sitting at my computer. Well, twice at night when I'm sitting at the computer, just so I can go wash my hands.
Yeah. Diablo said, "How is the tag, Corbin?" So I haven't really like used it that much because it stays on my dog's collar. So again, it's like the same situation with AirPods, where like you hope you don't ever have to use it.
Right.
So yeah, it's okay. Like the options you get in the Smart Things app for doing stuff with it is kind of neat. Like you can have it like there's a button on the tag for making it beep, and you can also set that button to either find your phone if it's in range, or it can do a Smart Things routine when you press the buttons. Like you can have like your lights turn on and off or something. It's kind of neat.
Sounds cool.
But also Samsung doesn't have anything like Apple's network. Even with Samsung devices, the finding service isn't enabled by default, which like I understand, like that's probably the best. Like not everyone wants to, have everyone else's request for lost luggage go through their phone. So I get that, and also there's been all the privacy issues with AirTags that aren't really an issue with Samsung's thing because it's not enabled by default for everyone.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. That is one of those things that when I first heard AirTags kind of had that mesh network thinking or design going on, my immediate thought is there's going to be so many exploits for this.
Yeah.
It's going to get hacked into oblivion, and Apple's going to end up having to turn it off and back on again a few times, and people are going to get so pissed. It's bound to
and
happen
other
eventually.
like the main use case for this is like I lost my keys and I need to find them, so I'm going to make the tag beep.
Yeah.
But Daisy responds to her voice, so that's I don't need to use it for that.
Yeah, exactly.
Like maybe if I adopted like a deaf dog, that might be useful.
Well, or if Daisy ever goes
Or
deaf.
yeah, or blind, whatever. Um, so I'm not really using the tag at all because I
Yeah.
haven't lost her, and she responds to my voice still. So we're good. Um, but the app for it it's okay. It's built into all of Samsung's SmartThings stuff, so it's a little bit of extra, if you don't use all of their other stuff. But I've got like the tag in here. Let me see. You can either view the tag on a map, which will then it'll try to ping like your stuff to find it. Um, Also, there's a screen where it sort of gives you like the Bluetooth strength of whatever
Hmm.
your of what tag. So it's pretty strong because Daisy's like 2 feet away from me. But if I move away, it'll go down a little bit. And then I can also press his button and make it ring. But I'm not going to do that because Daisy gets very upset that something's buzzing right under her
Yeah.
head, and she does not like that. So I'm not going to do that.
I don't
Um,
blame her.
yeah. But yeah,
I'd
so
become pretty irate
yeah.
too.
Yeah. So it's fine. But like if she like ran somewhere, like I don't think this would help me very much at all. Also
Yeah.
because like maybe this was some kind of a bug or they were still working out stuff. But I remember when I got this, and I put it on Daisy, and I let her out back to go pee, so she
Hmm.
would be out of range of all my stuff. And I set it in the app as the tag is lost. So I'm like, okay, it should ping when she comes back to the back door, and she's in range of my phone again. No, I got the alert the next day, which is long after she had already been let in, and she was around me for a long time and around my phone. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe that was some weird edge case that already got fixed, but it didn't instill confidence. So yeah, it's about as helpful as like one of those tile trackers too.
Yeah.
Um, Diablo said, "I wonder if Google's going to make their own tags with rumors of an ultra wideband chip, or can others work with it too?" Um, I mean, ideally, there would just be a network that's shared across all these different devices, and it's just like, here, register the Bluetooth ID or the ultra wideband ID, and it will just be used across, like the exact same system that Apple and Google worked out for COVID contact tracing. Like, I'm sure a lot of that infrastructure can be carried over to something like this,
Yeah.
but they're not going to do that.
Yeah. I have I have a lot of not wonderful opinions about that system. Um, more on an implementation level.
Yeah,
And okay, maybe not even implementation, but execution. I think they completely
yeah,
bungled that system, and a lot of it may not even just be a technical issue so much as just they they did everything wrong that they could have. But hey, you know, well intentioned or something.
yeah.
Um,
So like this wouldn't be too difficult to do, but they're not going to do it because they want you to buy their hardware. Um,
well, and you know, that's one of those things where, oh, what is it? I was literally just complaining about this. I'm not even sure which Discord server. I thought it was on mine, but I was just complaining about this in the last couple of days. It's a bunch of companies all rush to produce a thing thinking that they might be the winner in that war, and lo and behold, they're all just fighting it out with each other for no good reason, and they've
Mhm.
it's the million different standards. None of them are standard kind of thing.
Yeah. It's like we're all making, well, I was about to say it's like everyone's making phones that only call the same company's phone, but I guess it's more like the 50 billion messaging services. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't know. Maybe if Google made one, there would be some kind of effort to add it to Play services or something. Um, I'd still like to give people the choice. Like if this is something that gets built into Android, I'd like it to be like a checkbox that shows up when you're setting up your phone. Like, hey, do you want to help other people find their luggage? You know,
Yeah. Um
which at that point it becomes less useful. But that's just
well, I think about the different scenarios where it becomes useful and makes sense. And obviously the airport is a classic because, it is like the use case that almost defines why this should exist. Um which I would almost argue is almost the reason why something better than this should come up. Um, but that's another issue. Uh, but then I think about the other scenarios where we would want a mesh network like this, and obviously a lost dog or um, anything like that. That is the other version of this story that also makes a lot of sense. And you're if you're in an airport, obviously a big mesh network of smartphones is really effective and powerful and easy to use. And even if only 10% of people turned it on, chances are that would be effective. Whereas if you're in a neighborhood and you've got a lost pet, if even one person doesn't have it on,
yeah,
then you're probably missing out. Like at that point, it's useless. Because that might be the one person who merges half the network through their phone, and if there's no reach between, you know, house 247 and 249, both of them have it on, but 248 doesn't. Like at that point, you don't see anything past that half of or that half of the neighborhood.
right.
So it. I feel like we need something that's a little bit more than just the mesh network that they proposed. We need a mesh network that is literally all devices that works across both Bluetooth and Wi-Fi that can kind of hop in different ways. And we don't have that. That to me is probably the sticking point.
Yeah, and yeah, I don't. This is weird because also there's like the whole effort with Amazon and I think Google to try to make some kind of interconnecting system for this, and that's not here yet. So I don't know. But yeah, it was kind of funny. I was reading I don't know if it was a Twitter thread or an article, but someone put a an Apple AirTag in like an envelope and mailed it to their friend, and they could see it go almost the whole way, like live, because I guess maybe the mailman had an iPhone or something. It
Yeah,
was
that's kind of neat.
yeah.
I will fully grant that's actually pretty neat. Though that also carries with it oddly some very sketchy security implications. I mean, those
Oh yeah,
implications already existed because let's be honest, you could put a live phone into a box and ship it and know exactly where it is the entire time. Yeah, at least until the battery dies. But you know, something as small and inconspicuous as an AirTag, like that's a step.
oh yeah. No, there were dozens of articles when AirTags came out of people, even though Apple tried to make a big deal out of like were designing this so it's uh like they were trying to avoid the use case of someone like sneaking an AirTag onto someone's bag and then just being able to follow them wherever they want. But they clearly didn't do that well enough,
Yeah,
and
there's no
all
way in
these
hell that
in
that's
yeah. So that's a whole thing.
yeah.
Um,
And one of my very first thoughts was, who's gonna or what's gonna stop someone from using this to effectively LoJack a car? Like
yeah,
you can easily sneak this onto someone's car, and yeah, you're just always going to be able to see where they go. Which, shocker, that's kind of a pretty sketchy prospect. Especially if
mhm,
that person happens to have an iPhone, then they are aiding and abetting their own stalking.
yeah. So yeah, I don't know what the solution to this is. I do wish that uh, the LTE tags were more widely available and good. Uh, like I would have already bought T-Mobile's tag if it was available because an LTE tag is significantly more useful for that case. But I don't know if I want to switch to T-Mobile for it. Um, but yeah, Austin said, "Can you turn off searching for AirTag at certain locations like government buildings?" I don't know. I have not played with this at all because I have one iPhone and it's old.
Yeah, likewise. In fact, we both had the exact same old cheap iPhone SE first gen.
I love it. It's adorable,
That's a word for it. Um,
and it
uh,
has a camera. It's
that
definitely
it
there.
does. Well, and objectively, that's actually like the biggest selling point of this phone is it has for the price of the phone and everything else in the phone being really like low bar everything. The camera in it is actually like comparable to the iPhones that were coming out at the time.
Mhm.
So, that's kind of good. Um anyway, yeah, as far as I know, I don't think you could turn off AirTags the AirTag mesh network on an iPhone except by flipping on airplane mode. Though eh, it might be as simple as just turning off Bluetooth. Maybe if you turned off Bluetooth, it would kill it. Because I'm pretty
Mhm.
sure their network was Bluetooth based. I guess I'm not actually sure on that. I never checked. Um,
AirTag?
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's Bluetooth. I don't believe. I know they have a couple products with like ultra wideband stuff. I think, but I don't believe the AirTags have it. It's the same thing with uh, Samsung's Galaxy tags, where the entry level one is Bluetooth only,
Oh,
and
okay.
they have a more expensive one I think it's like $10 more that supports being located with ultra wideband. But of course, that's not the one most people get because Samsung has I think like two phones that support ultra wideband. So I think it's
Yeah.
the same thing with the iPhone. We're probably like most of them don't have that yet, so we're just reverting to Bluetooth.
Hmm. So, do we want to talk about? I don't know if you caught this, but Justin Uberti. I don't know if I'm saying that name right. He just left Google to go join Clubhouse, and
Yeah, I
not
did see
joining in the
that.
way of not joining in the way that he's going to start doing presentations, but he's actually going to be an engineer. Oh,
Yeah, I hope he's getting a good pay while he's at Clubhouse because I'm I don't think that company is long for this world unless they can just go like full patent troll. and get licensing from Facebook and Twitter and everyone who copied their feature instantly.
Okay, I agree with that. Though I'm gonna throw the counter. I have a hunch they're gonna try to sell. I honestly I think that I always
What's
kind of thought that Clubhouse's purpose was to be sort of like Discord in this, and obviously Discord has kind of flipped direction a little bit, but I've always believed that Clubhouse was a pump and dump. They wanted to build it, they wanted to get a bunch of attention on it, make it as successful in terms of gaining hype and user base as they could, and then try to flip it to whoever would pay the most. Which that plan is probably not going to work out super well now that everyone has copied and rebuilt this exact same feature in their own way.
Yeah, I don't like. I know that's how like every tech startup operates. Is we'll just hope one day we can make money, but we'll figure that part out later. But like at least when like the other example of this happening everywhere is Snapchat stories, where Snapchat really did it first, and then everyone copied them. But Snapchat still stayed around because it was still like an entire social network with other reasons to draw people in. But like Clubhouse is a one trick pony. They don't have any they don't have anything else except the thing that has been copied already at
Yeah.
least 10 times. Like I don't get it. And then they also did the thing where they were like Facebook could just outmuscle them and bring this to every platform at once while they were still struggling to make an Android app. So I don't
And strictly
like
speaking, Clubhouse didn't have anything original anyway. Not really. I mean, it was
yeah,
giving a
like it was a nice UI on like TeamSpeak. Like this
yeah.
this concept has existed for a long time. It's just they refined it a little bit to the point where it kind of felt new.
Well,
Um,
the whole thing of here are a few people who speak and everyone else just gets to listen. Like
yeah,
that structure hasn't been available in all of the platforms, but it's not a new concept. And it was never
right,
really original. It's it's your party line but only for a few people. It's like, you know, every conference in the world has had panels. This is exactly that format.
right.
So, I'm
Yeah, I
yeah,
don't know
I don't
what.
think it was ever a genius business. They just were really good at hype.
Well, they had a good idea, and somehow they were able to convince like a lot of important people to do events there. I'm not sure how they managed that. I don't know if that was just you know someone shared it to Elon Musk one day and he was like, "Yeah, I want to try this," or if they uh,
Well, I don't
more
know how
directly
true it
encouraged.
is, but I heard some of their early cases they basically paid people to
Yeah,
do like
that's
a
that's what I
clubhouse
would.
event.
Yeah, that's what I would suspect. Because again, that's how like you compared it to like a you know table talk at like a Comic Con, like that. They a lot of most people there get paid to do that.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, I don't. It's not. I don't know. I'm not gonna speculate on maybe what he was wanting to what he's hoping to do there. It's very possible they Clubhouse might have a you know secret buyer soon, or something's about to happen, or uh, you know he's clearly like one of the more like a pretty talented software engineer over there.
Okay.
Like he was behind a lot of the work on WebRTC, which is huge now.
Yes.
So
That being said, and okay, look, I'm not saying anything bad about him or his work, but I feel it's
mhm.
necessary to acknowledge this. Half the projects he's touched either ended up dying pretty horrible deaths
He does have a
Or
kill count, yeah.
yeah, and yes, this happens a lot at Google anyway. But man, this guy, he gets on a project and the there's no way not to look at it and go, okay, there's like a 50-50 chance that this project you just got into, it's probably not going to last like more than another couple years. So
He's like lost cause. Like, I want to do this, and it's dead.
yeah, I mean, he doesn't mention it in the profile, but let's not forget he used to be part of the Allo team. He of course was part of Hangouts. He
But
mentions
then
he was part of
he got
AIM.
he
I
got
mean,
shoved over to Duo, right? Duo's
yeah,
still
he
alive.
yeah, he got
Yeah.
pushed over to Duo for whatever reason. And yes, Duo's still around, though I don't remember the last time I even heard a mention of Duo. And let's not forget, Google's other products are probably going to eventually crush out Duo. Hangouts, whatever it's called, is it Hangouts Meet?
It's Hangout. Yeah, I think it's Meet now. Because
I
Hangouts chat is the texting one.
Yeah.
That's like Slack. Yeah.
Carson, he definitely, okay, so he definitely had something to do with Allo at one time, because there was a stage in history where when I was doing teardowns on Allo, um he started being he would have posted a few things in advance of updates coming out that kind of like, I don't want to say spoiled the surprise, but it was sort of like, hey, we're just going to get ahead of the leaks and post a thing. So there was a short period of time he was posting for Allo. Um, and then I think that ended because he got pushed over to Duo.
Hmm.
Anyway, and then of course he got moved over to Stadia, which, you know, Stadia's future is still waiting to be written. I think might be the appropriate way to say it.
It's about the most optimistic take you can spin.
Yeah. But yeah, let's be honest. If you're writing a profile for yourself, as you know, right now I've got the Verge tweet showing where he wrote his, or where he's got a screenshot of his profile, and he mentions previously distinguished engineer at Google, created WebRTC and Google Duo, tech lead for messages, Hangouts, AIM, and whatever else that says. I'll actually pull up the screenshot. Oh, it just ends on the word occasional. But I mean, if you're writing a profile for yourself, let's be honest, you're not going to include Allo. Like, just, you're not going to include Allo. It's not going to happen. Um, so yeah, my hunch, such as it is that he probably, I don't know. I think he's probably going over there because there's probably not much left at Google he wants to be involved with.
There, he wept for there were no more worlds to conquer.
Maybe.
Yeah,
It,
looking
I,
for
the
looking
projects
for something wild to do.
well, the projects at Google, let's be honest, have become kind of dull. And if you're not on the like 3 or 4 teams that are very specifically doing kind of exciting stuff, which at this point they have their people, and maybe he could move, maybe he couldn't, maybe he would have had to fight to move. Like at this point, maybe he just wants to, he wants to keep doing something interesting, and it's probably just not happening.
Hmm.
That being said, hey, you know, if you were on the Stadia team, which I'm assuming that's where he was leaving from directly. Uh, I mean, yeah, I think that was his last stop. Um, at least that's what it looks like from the Verge article. So, yeah, if who knows? Maybe him sitting on the Stadia team, he's kind of looking at the options and saying, "I don't see this lasting. I'm going to move before this goes tumbling down." I could see how he would move to Clubhouse.
Yeah, again, like I don't know, like how I type in Jitsy's like, "Hey, you're being loud." um, yeah, again, I don't know what Clubhouse's long term play is besides, yeah, like being a patent troll, or I don't. Maybe they could make the case to apps that are doing this, like, why don't you just embed us? I don't know. I mean, it makes sense to bring someone who's knowledgeable with WebRTC onto Clubhouse because that's now how you do cross-platform audio and video calls. So
Hmm.
this is probably the ideal backbone at this point. But I don't know if I, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if I don't know. I don't know what Clubhouse is doing. I feel like it's either going to be dead in 6 months or they will have some wild new card up their sleeve to keep users. And I don't know. Because, like, again, like we've seen this with Snapchat, where Snapchat had a good idea and everyone copied them. And Snapchat is still hanging on a little bit. It's definitely not as popular as it used to be. But that's because they had other things. Clubhouse again doesn't have other stuff to keep people there. It's the
Hmm.
people they can bring on and their features. And a lot of those same people are on Twitter and Facebook too, and they have bigger audiences there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I
But
mean, not everyone can even use. I think not everyone can even use Clubhouse yet. Is it even on Android officially, or
no, it's not on Android yet.
okay?
They've got like an app in beta or something, but I
Oh,
haven't.
that's right. They were doing an invite only closed beta with like some really tight restrictions on who's allowed to join and all this other stuff. And it's like, guys, come on. If you can't scale up faster than this, you've got problems. Indie devs were building faster faster stuff than this.
Yeah, I think this is. I'm sure this was entirely one of those cases where they built something with all Apple's tech stack, and then it just like out of nowhere exploded, and they were like, "Oh, fuck, we have to, we have to redo everything."
Yeah.
Like I'm kind of like what happened with like Among Us last year, where they just did not have like any social features. They were starting to wind everything down because they were
Yep.
going to work on a second game, and then it blew up, and they're like, "Oh wait, hold on, we need to rework some things." So yeah, I don't know what the play is there. I don't know if maybe they're thinking uh, Justin can help them implement something that other platforms haven't done. I don't know. It's also possible maybe he just didn't want to be at Google anymore, and Clubhouse came along and then wanted to hire him, and he said sure. But I don't want to speculate.
Yeah, and I certainly wouldn't blame him if that were the case. Okay, so quick update. At least according to CNBC and like a bunch of other sites that I quickly skimmed, um, quote, Clubhouse has millions more on waitlist after Android launch, says the CEO. So that to me is still closed. Maybe not technically beta, but that's still closed if you're waitlisting
Yeah,
people. But okay, that if nothing else, that still officially means that the app is live and that it's actually truly live.
right.
Still, I just don't. Show of
Yeah,
hands, how
and
how many people here would want us to go on Clubhouse, like even for a single thing? I feel like that doesn't exist.
yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I was never like the market that really cared about this uh, use case at all. Like this is definitely the thing for like tech bros who want to do a TED talk but haven't had the opportunity to do so,
Yeah,
or other. public speakers that probably, I guess, maybe have a more legitimate reason to use stuff like this.
Yeah,
But
I've heard of
I'm not.
celebrities kind of getting into this, but
Yeah.
that's still okay.
There's
So
there's like there's like there are uses for this. I don't care about any of them personally, so I'm not I'm not the kind of person that gets excited over I'm not I haven't used Clubhouse or Twitter's clone or anything like that.
okay, so earlier someone raised the question, and I apologize, I don't remember who it was, but someone asked, "How does Clubhouse?" Carson asked this. How does Clubhouse actually make money? Um, quickly looking something up, Pocket Lint had a post. Clubhouse is now helping creators to make money, and it said in a recent blog post, the company has announced Clubhouse Payments, said to be the first of many features that allow creators to get paid directly on Clubhouse. The idea is to allow fans to send money. The creator will also get 100% of the donation as well. Wait, so how does Clubhouse make money?
Well, if they're like most other tech startups, they don't.
Well, okay, I was going to make a cynical joke, not serious, just a cynical joke that Clubhouse was only on iPhones for all this time, and it would kind of make sense if Apple was like, "Hey, here's the thing that's going to be trendy. We'll give you money if you maintain exclusivity." And again, that wouldn't be a serious accusation. Obviously, I don't think Apple's being quite as blatant as that, or that they would funnel money into random projects like this, hoping that they would just turn iPhones cool by association. But it still strikes me as weird that they haven't had an Android app in all this time, or until just now.
Yeah.
Because Clubhouse, didn't they start before 2020? I thought it was a 2019 thing.
I'm not sure.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't exactly remember, but it's in that vicinity. And again, if you can't get an Android app out in this time, something is wrong with you. Yeah, and Clubhouse, as of last month, they were reporting a valuation of $4 billion. A company that neither of us see how it should exist in a year. And it currently is valued at $4 billion. Something is fishy here in my book.
I mean, those evaluation numbers are.
Yeah, I know, and
they can be based on some people who don't really look into anything and just see that famous people are talking about it and like, oh, I would like to invest one stock, please.
Yeah. Well, this is based on Series C funding, and it's a TechCrunch article. But yeah, they're yeah, I mean, I get it. Hyped, really big hype. See, strictly speaking, this is how Twitter succeeded. Anyone who remembers the history on Twitter, you'll remember that Twitter's existence was basically, hey, we have a bunch of users, give us money. And so they talked a bunch of investors into giving them money. And Twitter's response to this was, okay, we're going to get more users, so give us more money. And everyone's like, oh, well, okay, you got more users. Sure, we'll give you more money. And eventually people are like, we've given you a lot of money. We kind of want to see how you're going to give some of this back. And Twitter's response was, oh, don't worry, give us more money. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. And then Twitter took that money and was like, cool, we're going to go buy like 5 other businesses. They make money, so we'll give you some of that. And Twitter just kept buying things with the money other people gave them. They never made money for years.
Yeah,
And
like
they,
I think it took like 10 years for Twitter to be profitable. Like I
yeah,
think they only crossed that in like 2019 or
I,
2018. It was
yeah, I think it
pretty.
was 2018. But
Yeah, it was pretty recently.
yeah, Twitter's strategy was to use their thing to make money off of investors so that they could then go invest in things that the investors could have bought outright. And it was, I mean, it was genius. And that's kind of what it looks like Clubhouse might be angling to do.
It's
I
like
mean,
if it's like if I went, yeah, it's like if I went to you and I said, Cody, I need to buy a cheeseburger. Can you give me $20? And then I
yeah.
go buy the $4 cheeseburger.
Uh, I guess I was thinking it's kind of like, oh man, it would, I almost want to say it would be kind of like, hey, can I borrow some money so I can go get sushi? And then you borrow money, go buy a bunch of hamburgers, resell the hamburgers to other people for a little over cost, and you do this for a few weeks, then you go buy sushi. and and then pay me back half of what I loaned you for whatever reason. Like that, I feel that's what Twitter accomplished. It was
Yeah.
beside him. I agree. It was pretty smart. It was weird, but it worked. I mean, it's an almost Trump level scam, but at the same time, it's not really a scam. So, not Trump.
If I've one of the takeaway lessons I've learned from the past year and how that impacted currency and stock evaluations and also having a Robinhood account, I've learned none of this makes any sense. None of it. It's all,
Yeah.
it's all like monopoly money, but it's monopoly money that's worth something. Like none of it. It's these evaluations sometimes make no sense, and stuff works for longer than it should to like a reasonable person if they. But I don't. It's just it's wild. I don't, and especially in Clubhouse's case with tech startups, like it's like the like none of it really makes it. None of it makes sense from a business perspective because all these companies have to operate for years, if not longer, without making any money, just in the hope that they will get swooped in and absorbed by a company that does make money because they can subsidize it from some completely other random department.
Yeah.
So all this is wild and doesn't make any sense. But I hope Justin does well at the new office. Uh, maybe he'll make something. I don't know, something else neat.
At this point, my hunch is a Clubhouse, if they're collecting this much money, and to kind of build on what you were saying, build on the point that Justin's going over there, if they're making this much money out of investment, I figure they must be telling investors that they have some new thing that is going to build on the hype, and it'll be either a new product or a new thing that no one else has had the opportunity to copy yet. So yeah, I have a feeling they're getting him for a reason, and he's going there for a reason. You don't pick up and leave an existing job where you're a tech lead unless you're going somewhere where someone's promising you something decent at least. So Diablo, if he even gets an office, does Clubhouse have a location? Yes, Clubhouse has a location. I remember them at one point talking about how many people they had working there. I don't remember now though. Oops. Let's see. Oops, damn it. I clicked on a stupid extension.
They have a floor in like Microsoft's headquarters that no one has checked in on a while. You could just hide behind like a fake wall.
That'd be hilarious. Oh, this is not this. Wait. Clubhouse Okay, no, that's a different thing. Huh. There is a Clubhouse.io that is a project management thing. That's funny. Okay. Not interesting, though. Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't care enough. But Clubhouse definitely exists somewhere. That's the point. Looks like...
They are an entity that is somewhere.
Looks like San Francisco and maybe LA. So they're definitely California based. I mean, their jobs page is just tons of San Francisco's, some remote, actually a fair number of remote. Whoa, mostly remote. But the locations that actually have physical locations are definitely San Francisco, with one LA in here for whatever reason. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. They're very remote friendly. Huh.
Yeah, I wonder can they even, are they using their office now if they have one? Like a lot of tech companies are still very slowly getting back into that.
I mean, there definitely are. Yeah, I'm not sure how many necessarily are leaping back into the office, but it's got to be a fair number.
Yeah, I know someone who works at Microsoft in their office is doing like co-op right now, so that people who want to go to the office, they can go to the office. And she keeps mentioning how it's like basically a ghost town in the building. And I think earlier today she said she saw someone that was wearing like slippers in the office.
At this point, okay, I know you stopped watching Phil DeFranco, but he said something just in the last week, I think, that was basically it was basically, look, if 2020 has taught us anything, is that we're pretty, we can all go back to the office and start wearing casual stuff. Like, it's okay. The world is ready for like permanently casual work attire.
Casual Friday, but every day.
I mean, come on. There was, what was it? There was
That's how I go to work every day.
Yeah. But come on, after Zoom calls where people were not wearing pants or even shirts, people who normally would show up to work like
and sometimes
ready.
Masturbating.
Yes. People are showing up to work like fashion ready in the past, and then they're like their Zoom call meetings were, yeah, I'm in pajamas, deal with it. Like those, like that is a pretty big 180, and people took that 180 after like a few weeks. It's not like this took months and months. There were people who gave up after like maybe even days. So yeah, let's be honest, I think casual Fridays are about to become casual every day.
And
Carson, shorts in the office for real? Dude, when I lived in Vegas, shorts in the office was just like default. Nobody pretended that you needed to dress up.
I've still never worked in an office. Like the only two jobs I had in that weren't work from home was, they were both retail.
Yeah.
And The first one was terrible. That was Office Max, and they had like a uniform code that was really shitty, and I had to wear shoes that were not comfortable. And then a couple months later, I got hired at Target, and they really didn't care what you wore at all, as long as it was like kind of red shirt and like kind of khaki pants, which was good. And then also, if you were one of the people that had to like push carts around outside, they were like, "Yeah, you can wear shorts, dude. We know you're gonna sweat balls out there. It's fine." So
I mean, I've worked as a bartender, so I've had the wear either a pressed white shirt, and dark pants. Like there was never any strict like you must wear this kind of stuff usually, or at least like a really nice button-up shirt, stuff like that. So I've had that. I've worked in offices that were kind of picky about what you wore, and I've worked in other offices where, like, straight up, I literally showed up from time to time just because I would show up in a Hawaiian shirt and shorts. No one cared. Like, it was a goof on that place that you showed up wearing whatever you wanted. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I guess I've had a couple places that were semi-formal, but I've never had to wear a tie to work. I've never had to... trying to think of any of the other stuff. Like, I've never really had, like, the strict white shirt and khakis dress code or any of that stuff. Yeah. I've never had a place where there was a uniform. I can't think of one. Yeah, so... software engineering, though, let's be honest, outside of the stuff that outside of like software engineering in the 80s and maybe very early 90s, the notion of having a strict dress code just completely died. That is not a field where you need a dress code, and software engineers do not support dress codes. I feel like if you're a software engineer, you have to be smart enough to know that dress codes are stupid.
Yeah, like, I can type this code the same way no matter what kind of pants I'm wearing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially,
I mean, some of them do believe that they write better code without pants, which does get awkward in offices, I'll tell you. And if you laugh as if I'm joking, I kid you not, I'm thinking of a very specific incident where a developer I worked with definitely did not have pants on in the office.
Oh no.
I mean,
yeah.
there were no bits and pieces flying around, so
right.
Okay, but still.
But probably should have. I think in general, if you're around people, it's a good idea to have pants on. I'm gonna go out on a limb here.
Well, we were in there during odd hours. I will say that. Also, there's I would say at least an 85% chance that he was drunk. Okay. I mean, strictly speaking, the other 15% chance is he was just buzzed.
Right. As one does. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I need to get food, and then hopefully this will not happen, but hopefully try to finish writing the review for this A52, which is taking me longer than I wanted to do. But that's how it be sometimes.
That's actually funny because I think we still don't have one at AP.
I think we did it. I saw a review go live. Yeah,
man, you just went super quiet.
Did I?
But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was a different phone. But there was something that I saw a conversation about it. Someone was suggesting that we buy one and it would get reimbursed. And I don't remember for sure if it was that, but I thought it was the A52.
maybe. But Daisy.
That's weird. Daisy, I can hear Daisy clear. You're super quiet.
Come here. Come here. Come on. You're gonna say bye to Cody. Come here. Come here. Okay. Oh. There. You want to say bye?
Hey, Daisy.
Say bye.
She's super confused at this at the moment. But
the
she's doing a good job of looking like, for a solid, like, 5 seconds there, she was just like eyes straight into the camera. She was rocking it.
She's like, I'm ready. Okay. And she just shed all over me. Wow. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go down.
All right, man. Take it easy. I will catch you shortly or soon or something.
Bye-bye.
Later. All right, so we'll kill that window. Lo and behold, I do need to fix camera angle a little bit. Hey, that works. Wonder if that's just a better angle in general, or do I have the zoom set different? Anyway, okay, before I forget, let's do a mark on red in that spot, because it still pays to pay attention to the review room. And what is this about? Huh, okay, and I'll come back to that later too. Great. Fun things that I'll have to waste time reading chat rooms later. Cool. So, yeah, I didn't really come prepared with topics, by the way. Did I read Ruddick's iPhone piece? No, I don't think so. Actually, I can pretty much guarantee I didn't. Does he say anything worth reading in there? Let me ask that. Let's see. If I search for iPhone. So he's switching to a 12 or iPhone 12 mini. So that's evidently a thing. Let's see. Good, I did add. Yep, okay. Just making sure that the microphone is actually on this one. So, okay. So I guess that's a thing. Gotta be honest. I can't say that I think that's really a big deal. I don't know the details here, but I said it in Ramble or in the chat room before. He's always talking about iPhones, and like it doesn't seem like that big of a deal to me if somebody is kind of switching back and forth. It's not like he's going to stop carrying Android phones. This just feels like, I don't want to call it a stunt, but I have a feeling it's probably along the same lines of, yeah, we've heard it before. He ends up using an iPhone for like a month out of every year anyway. That being said, not that I'm about to switch to iPhones, because I've used iPhones. I don't like the interface. I don't like the experience, and it's not like I think it's a bad thing. It's more that I think in general I just like the Android usability story more. I even though I don't like gestures, I still like things about Android more. I use notifications a lot more, and let's be honest, notifications are still colossally better on Android. So yeah, I'm not about to switch. That being said, if I can somehow find a way to swing it, I do want to get an iPhone for various use cases in the near future. That'd be fantastic. So, I want to have one. I want to use it. I just don't want it to be my primary phone. That's a disaster story in my book. So yeah, it's a thought. New ARM cores. So Austin, yeah, I saw you post that. That was in general. I didn't get a chance to look at that article though. So you were saying that new low power core, right? We'll hop over to that. ARM announces mobile ARM v9 CPU microarchitectures, a Cortex X2, Cortex A710, and A510. Beast item, you just don't use notifications on your iPhone. Oh, see, that to me, like, I can't fathom that sort of experience. Like, who... Notifications to me are such a big part of the phone, and maybe too much so. Maybe that's something to actually criticize phones over, is notifications have really overtaken the experience. But I can't imagine, like, how do you go from carrying a phone that uses notifications as extensively as they do now and just say, yeah, I'm not going to use them, or I'm just not going to care about that experience. Yeah, I just don't get it. Wow. I just accidentally, or well, semi-accidentally swiped over to the news feed on Google to see that the spin-off of The Mandalorian has already been canceled. And I don't think that ever started. Is that the one that had Gina Carano? Quickly, sorry, just quickly skimming this. I know I don't have to, but yep, okay, yeah. So Gina Carano's side show is not happening. And then one other show. Hold on. Sorry, I swear I will keep this quick. Okay. Just a thing that show isn't happening yet, but maybe it will. Different show. Let's see. To be fair, very few apps can send notifications on Android. Oh yeah, I guess if you're blocking out a lot of notifications, that kind of makes more sense. But yeah, I mean, right now, if I look at any one of my phones, I could literally, all right, technically I just cleared notifications on my main phone, but I could look at most of my phones, just pulled down the notification shade, and the number of icons that are that are for entries that aren't showing, that number of icons still spreads the full width of the screen most of the time. I have that many notifications coming up. And it's, I clear a ton of them at a time. Like, there's like 2 of them that I just cleared were missed call notifications from spam callers. Some of these are like, I probably should wipe these out, but I still let Google Maps do the, like, would you like to review or could you answer questions about these places? I don't know why. I probably should get rid of those, but I kind of like them. Because every once in a while I do go in and try to actually answer questions on Google Maps. I've got both Google News and Google Feed giving me news notifications. I have one thing in here for weather. Oh, 2 things. Sorry, 2 things are weather related. One of them is Google's, so, it is what it is. Yeah, and I have a few others. But, yeah, I always have notifications here. And I could, like I said, I could wipe out more of them, but I kind of don't feel the need to. Most of them I just have to quickly look. Is this something I care about? No, throw it away. But, and I also get like new YouTube video announcements. Not for every channel, but for some of them. And I can't imagine going to a phone where notifications are bad. The notification drawer needs to be good and usable and quickly interactable. I think that's the right way to say that. Beast item. Got an update recently. It optimized nearly 600 apps, but that includes all system apps. Yeah, that's a lot, but I'm assuming that's on on a Samsung phone. And Samsung phones, they have and this isn't like a bad thing, it's just how it's organized, but they have so many little apps installed. I mean, just tons and tons of apps are installed with them, so it happens. Like every service is technically a different app. But yeah, let's see. Anyway, so yeah, that's one of my issues with the iPhones. I'd have to try a newer iPhone again to see how I'd feel about the gestures and some of the other stuff, but yeah, anyway. Let's see. So, what are the details on this chip though? Diablo, you love that you don't see the optimization screen? Yes, agreed. That was so terrible. I mean, it wasn't terrible, but it was just frustrating. Okay, kind of try to... There we go. Beast item. I have apps that do stuff, but I don't need to interact with them, so you hide them. Yeah, I mean, obviously. The thing is, I don't need to... I think the apps that I have... The only ones that are sending me notifications are the ones that I actually think should be sending me notifications. And some people might disagree on what warrants a notification. Obviously, like some people don't want YouTube, for example. You don't want any YouTube video showing up in your notifications. And I do not care about the notifications of 99% of the YouTube videos that get posted. However, there have been a few specific examples where a YouTube video comes out from a particular channel and I want to see that happened. It doesn't happen a lot, but there are a few YouTube channels that, like, 1 out of every 30 videos they post, it's something that I don't want to wait until I catch up to that video someday. Because I'm way behind on my subscriptions. I want to watch that video as soon as I see that it gets posted, at which point I want those notifications. But that is definitely not true of most. Oh, yeah. Good thing there's granular notification control for channels. There is, and I do have a few channels definitely muted. Holy crap, I could not deal with Google's the Google YouTube channel or the Android developers YouTube channel. I think I'm still subscribed to both. Or, well, technically it's made by Google and Android developers. Anyway, yeah, if I had those notifications on, I'd lose my mind. I don't care about any of the videos they post. I don't even actually... You know what? Oh, damn, I can't change that. Okay. I think I'm actually going to. I've been meaning to do this for weeks. I think I'm just going to go in and unsubscribe to both Android developers YouTube channel and Made by Google. I never watch the videos on either of them unless I actually need to see something, in which case I'll look that stuff up when I need it. I'm never going to watch those videos otherwise. And every time I need to reload my subscription page, scrolling through takes too much time. Beast item. YouTube's a no for notifications, but you don't sub to any channels. Yeah, if you're not subbing channels, it's a non-issue anyway, but I kind of don't understand not subbing channels though. I'm actually curious about this. You tell me, why not sub to channels? Is this like you're trying to see what the algorithm gives you, or what? Because for me, no, I don't sub to an obscene number of channels, but I do sub to enough that I mean, it's definitely, I think I sub to about 25 or 30 channels. Half of those do not have any sort of regular posting. They post like one of those channels, I bet if I looked at it right now, in fact, this would be easy enough to pull up. For example, I sub to Sam Calder's channel. This is I guess you could call him kind of like an adventure filmmaker kind of thing. His yeah, I mean, his most recent videos, we'll just pop into here. One was a month ago, 2 months ago, 5 months ago, 7 months ago, and then after that it's a year plus. So like, this is a guy who does not post frequently. So I'm and when he does, like, the longest video here is 17 and a half minutes, or well, almost 18, I guess. Yeah, like, I'm perfectly happy to sub to this guy because I would never see his videos ever again if I don't have a sub to his channel. You just don't sub, you very rarely comment. And I don't comment, man, I don't remember the last time I left a YouTube comment. I think if anything, it may have actually been, and I think the last time I actually left a YouTube comment, it was editing an old comment so people would stop replying to it. It was a comment that I left like a decade ago. And every year or 6 months, I was getting a reply to this comment still. And it was people who were very stupid about statistics. They don't understand how statistics work. And they were trying to argue with me about this method of voting, which actually, this was not even a political thing. It was just how, it's a long story. Anyway, I made an argument. People were being dickish and replying a decade later, and it's like, yeah, I'm done with this. So I just edited my comment to say, yeah, please don't reply to this. I left a thing, made a statement back then. It made sense, but I just don't want to hear from people anymore. Which, you know, that says a lot when you just have to make, you just have to make the noise go away. Diablo. The YouTube app got me so well. Like, I'm done with one video podcast, it knows to show the second new one I wanted to see. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the thing. YouTube does an okay job picking stuff for me. Though I don't actually watch recommendations hardly ever. If I go into recommendations for videos, which right now I'm on my second account, so if I try pulling up anything, it acts weird. But yeah, if I try going into recommendations on videos, I get a lot of odd stuff that kind of doesn't fit me. I'm not really sure why. One of these days I'll figure that out. Or not, because it's YouTube. Anyway, now let's see. So, Austin, I have had this page open for a good long while without reading a freaking word of it practically. So, the TLDR on it, I'm assuming is... Sorry, not to rapidly change subjects, but I figure I should actually try to look at this while I have it open. Let's see. So it looks like the A510 is a high efficiency little CPU plus, or an increase of 35% performance. The A710 or 710 is a big CPU. Here we go. Prettier picture. An increase of 10% performance. That does not seem like much at all. And then the X2 is... Alright, that's their big daddy. Austin chips aren't interesting to most people. I mean, you've heard me say it plenty of times. Even I can't get super into this unless a chip is bringing a new feature, a new way of functioning, or the efficiency, or like the performance boost is so big that you can accomplish brand new things with it. Then yeah, you know, I'm one of those people. I only really get interested when you tell me that a thing just made a new thing possible. That's where I get excited about. And so far, just as I'm kind of looking for buzzwords while I scroll down this, I'm not seeing the big holy god, like, look at how much is happening moment. But you never know. New architecture? Okay. Well, that's good. I guess. I think. To me, I'm going to interpret that to mean, yay, they're getting that much closer to something good. A little bit better battery life, a little more performance. Those are always awesome, but usually some architecture improvement or step forward is a sign that they're approaching a next step. So, and hey, hopefully good things are happening there. Let's see, trying to think, was there anything else to comment on YouTube? I don't think there is, but maybe so. I don't know. Do we have topics? Do we have other topics? Because, like I said, I kind of came into this week. There wasn't a lot to say. Oh, wait. That does remind me, though. Okay, if people don't mind, something that's sort of politics, but not. Or, sorry, it's tech, it's politics, it's where they meet. Let's see. The Curvy Mermaid... Yeah, Curvy Mermaid brought this one into the politics channel. Let's stop that dumb auto-playing video. Wait, the Google Store... What Google Store news is there? Oh, first retail store. Huh, I missed this entirely. I'm not intentionally choosing CNBC, it's literally just happening. But let's see. Google announced first ever retail store where they will sell Pixel phones, Fitbit wearables, Pixel books, Nest products, and more. Okay, that already sounds like a thing everyone has thought they should do for ages. They're starting in the Chelsea neighborhood of New York. Located in the building that houses Google's New York City offices and is close to an Apple store. This will sound weirdly cynical, but I don't think they should have opened it in the same place that they have their offices. That actually seems a little... I don't know. I can't explain why, but it doesn't seem wise. I feel like a retail outlet should be separate from legitimate, or not, well, legitimate's the wrong word. From where business people are it should be working. Like, you could put it across the street, but I feel like it should still be a different building. Yes, I definitely remember when Google bought the barge. I wish more interesting things had happened with that. Let's see. Austin, this is like the 4th time they've tried it. I mean, is it really? I remember when there was talk about opening a Google store and it was in some other country. So I do remember that happening. And of course there was the barge that was theoretically going to be a store, and then it wasn't, and no one was really sure what was happening with that. But how many other? I don't remember any others. Pretty sure that used to be a produce and fish market. That'd be hilarious. I knew there was something fishy. And sorry for the dad joke. Anyway, Diablo, I don't understand this though. I wonder if they got mics off, or someone can run and yell, "Where's the subway station?" I'm confused by that. But anyway. So I will say, it's something I thought that they should do. Oh yeah, they also tried that the Google Experience mini store in Best Buy. There was that. I kind of forgot about those. But I mean, this is something that I've thought Google should do for a long time. I think having real stores is a good move. It obviously works for Apple. Notably, it works for Apple partially because Apple's doing other things out of those stores. So I do question how much good they're going to make of it. Obviously, everyone is going to bring up the fact that Microsoft was doing this too, and Microsoft basically gave up on their stores. Yeah, they announced in June that they're permanently closing the 83 Microsoft Store locations. So yeah, that experiment was done. But to me, Microsoft failed with those store locations because they didn't have... There are two reasons. One, Apple has a cult following. Microsoft really does not. Not the same type of cult following. So, Apple fans show up to the stores literally just for the experience of going to the stores and seeing a product launch, and Apple held like classes, like smartphone photography classes and how to use your computer types of classes. They would do all this stuff out of their stores. Microsoft, I know they held a few like one-off things, but they weren't doing that much. It really just felt like a store to be a store. And I don't know how many of you have ever been inside of a Microsoft store. It just feels different. It feels very different. I don't know. It's not good. Or it wasn't good. I guess that's a thing most people never get to try again. But yeah, I feel like I think Google opening a store is a good idea. It's something that should happen. They're obviously going to open the first store and use it as kind of a test run to figure out what they should do with the store. I think that's going to make a big difference for them. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the product line supports this, though. And that's where the next big challenge kind of comes from. When you think about an Apple store, people go in there in masses to buy iPhones and iPads and things like that. These are products that have big sales figures. Like, they're moving millions and millions of these things. Google sells pixels. They don't sell millions, or at least not on the scale, obviously. Nowhere near the scale. So that's going to be hard. They don't sell anything like an iPad. Not really. So that's a product they're not going to be selling. they have the Nest stuff, but let's be honest, people aren't going to, they're not going to walk in, they're not going to go out of their way to go to a Google store so they can buy Nest products. They do sell Pixel books. Oh, and by the way, just to finish the thought on Nest products, let's be honest, I think a lot more people intuitively go to like a Best Buy if they want a Nest product. And depending on the product, maybe even like a Home Depot or I don't know, just Walmart even. You could go to a Google store for it, but it just doesn't seem like it's getting you anywhere. Or there's no incentive to do it. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, quickly as I look back at comments, Austin said that they had temp stores and even bought a space in Chicago. I'd never heard about the Chicago one. I don't think. Diablo. Like randoms off the street walk into the store and talk to assistant and run away. I mean, let's be honest. People did that with Apple. I heard of about Apple stores where people would try to walk in and they just like stick their head in and yell, hey, she whose name is, she whose name will not be said. I don't want to set off anyone's phones if they're listening. But yeah, awesome. They're going to get so many tinfoil hat types. Yeah, I'm sure they will. Microsoft stores feel like GameStop. Thank you. That's actually exactly, that's a perfect way to say it. Every time I only went into a Microsoft store, I'd say I've gone into 3 times, gone into a Microsoft store, maybe 4. And yeah, GameStop is exactly the feeling I got. There was one Microsoft store I went into that looked almost identical to an Apple store. Aside from that, the others that I saw, they felt like a GameStop. That's exactly it. And GameStop does not have a good feel when you walk into it. Awesome. My Droid FaceTime isn't working. Oh, I bet. David Lama, at least GameStops can be entertaining. Can they be? I honestly never got that impression. They just felt like, GameStops to me felt like old, and not old computer stores. That's the wrong way to say it. They felt to me like, those stores that just have like games all over the wall, but not much happening. It's like, it feels kind of like records, or not record stores, but like CD music stores, except a little bit different design and much brighter colors. GameStop's just always felt really, I don't know, cluttered. That's it. They just felt cluttered, and that's kind of how all the Microsoft stores felt to me. Carson, your local Microsoft store was basically like a daycare for kids to play video games, and that's exactly it. Because that's all anyone wanted to go into a Microsoft store for. It was either to go in and play on the consoles, or they wanted to go in there so that they could usually do business exchanging one of the official laptops. Because that's the only reason I went into a Microsoft store the times that I went in. It was with people who were exchanging laptops. Dead serious. The only other time was that one that looked like an Apple store, because I kind of wanted to see what it was like in there. So I walked up, I poked my head in for literally a minute, looked around, it's like, yeah, this looks like an Apple store, and then I left. But yeah, it's a place to attract kids to come play video games, and that's about it. So yeah, it wasn't a good experience in there. Awesome. You're betting the next Pixel launch happens in that building and the hands-on areas will be in the store? You know, sadly, well, okay. You know what? That's actually an interesting question. I was about to say, I bet you're right. And then, nope. Here's the key line. This article says the store is expected to open this summer. So, well, okay, I guess this summer. Yeah, sorry, I don't know why I read it as next summer. So, yeah, I guess it probably would happen there. The only thing is, if they're going to do that, they'd have to empty out the store to make enough space for attendees, which means moving a bunch of tables around and pushing and like not allowing customers in and all that stuff. They'd have to have a line out the door as they check press credentials and stuff like that. That seems messy. They could certainly do it. A lot of venues in New York will end up doing that for events, but yeah, that could be iffy. But I could see that happening. Diablo, no knock on GameStop. It was fun. I feel like they both handle we got lots of different stuff and we don't care what you're here for. Yeah. Austin, GameStop feels like a hot topic that sells games. I mean, yeah. Except, okay, yeah, no, that fits. I was about to just, I think the only difference is Hot Topic is darker, like just physically darker. They have the lights on lower. Other than that, it really does feel the same. Austin, the build. Oh, that I did not know. Okay, so the building is full of empty spaces, including a YouTube creator space. That changes everything. I didn't realize that this building, did they mention that in this article? Because I didn't think I saw, or I didn't think I skipped over that, but no, it's not mentioned here. Okay. Yeah, if it has a YouTube creator space in it, and I assume that must mean they own the building. If it has enough space for that kind of stuff, I could see them just straight up saying, "Oh, in which case, oh yeah, 100%, that's exactly where they'll hold it," because they're gonna want all those YouTubers to come in, do hands-on, and they'll just send them right upstairs. I'm assuming upstairs, to hit the nice, like, sound isolated rooms, and they will all crowd in there, make their videos straight from the creator space instead of having to travel anywhere. They won't have to even leave the building, which means that Google will very likely just make a bunch of extra devices available to them in the creator space. That would be a genius move, and it totally fits. Of course, by saying it's a genius move, it also seems like something that Google will absolutely not do, because they do not know how to run this stuff. Anyway, yeah, I guess where I'm still stuck, though, is what are they going to actually sell? And not just what are they going to sell, but what are they going to sell that people are going to go in for? Obviously they'll sell Pixel phones. Great. They say Fitbit wearables. Obviously that's also going to include like a Pixel watches and Android Wear, stuff like that. I'm sure they'll be selling. Oh, I don't know that I'm sure on this. I was gonna say I assume they'd also sell some of the other Android phones, right? Like, sure. No, maybe not the Android phones. Maybe the wearables. I don't know. If this is gonna be all Google only products, I have trouble seeing how they're gonna fill shelves. Like, how, you can stack a crap load of Pixel phones, but how are you really filling shelves with this? and Pixel books and Nest products and wearables. Like, most of this stuff is tiny except for the Pixel books. And unless this is not the hugest space, this just doesn't sound right. They're going to need other things happening here. Austin will get a Pixel launch via the IO adventure. That would actually be kind of cool, I think. I'm kind of sad I didn't check out IO adventure. I'm assuming they already closed it up, but did they? I guess let's see. Just loading it for the hell of it to see what happens. Okay, Austin, nice. Haven't you seen Android 12? Google's all about the empty space now. Oh. Hey. Is this actually still operating? How am I joining as a visitor? Okay. Oh, I don't have hair. There we go. Yeah. The backwards oh, no, beanie. What am I thinking? The beanie for sure. Do we have a hat color? We do not. And ooh. Yeah, sunglasses for sure. Oh, chat is disabled. Lame bacon. Let's see, clothing choice. Nah, we're going for the orangish red. Definitely. Man, they're not letting me be as white as I am. That seems a shame. Body shapes. I don't know. I guess. Oh, hey, this looks taller. I'm a tall guy. That works. Cool. We'll call that done. Anyway, so let's see. Trying to think what else there was to say on that. Well, there's some people here. Oh, no, these are the NPCs, aren't they? Okay. Oh, yeah. This definitely has that feel of being the layout of IO. Okay, yeah. I'm pretty quickly getting bored of this. Okay. So I mean, what am I supposed to do? Oh, hey, I broke something. Knitting needles. Sure. I don't know how many people saw the movie Idle Hands, but knitting needles, awesome for killing people. Just so you know. Wait, the art of successful snacking? Halfway through your day and losing focus, need a boost. Wow. Okay. Yeah, okay. My interest in this is pretty much over. We'll mute this and maybe come back to it some other day. Yeah, so anyway, cheers to Google for opening a store. I'm really stuck on what's actually going to happen here, because it doesn't feel like the product line is large enough to match Apple. And if they're going to have a space that's even half the size of Apple's spaces usually are, that's going to be tough. You can mess with the URL to teleport. Makes sense. You wonder how much IO costs to set up and run. A lot. I mean, I'm sure it's actually less than it probably seems like it would be, but it's still expensive. Because, you know, the catering of food, or food catering, security, just paying for all the people, paying for licenses, those types of things. It costs a lot. But I believe Google actually owns Shoreline now. Like 90% certain Google owns Shoreline. So they own the space. They don't have to rent it, I'm pretty sure. And you know, and of course we're talking normal IO, not this year's virtual IO. And let's see, I believe that they shouldn't have to rent much of anything else. They should have pretty much all of it readily available. So yeah, I imagine it's really just the cost of the people and the food. And again, licenses, which, you know, that's trivial in this scheme. Insurance, things like that. I imagine it's actually not that egregious anymore. It's certainly cheaper than running it in Moscone. Renting Moscone Center for a week is expensive. I saw somebody share numbers for that once. Moscone West for a week, it was like, oh geez, what was it? I swear it was something to the tune of like 20,000 a day? I don't know. It was something like that. Maybe it was more. I don't remember. I think in the end they were paying something like $100,000 to rent Moscone Center. Moscone West for just the week that they needed it, which was the days of IO plus like a couple days ahead of IO for like setup and prep and all that stuff, plus like a day of teardown at the end. Which, you know, all things considered, that was pretty expensive. And that's just renting the location. That's not even counting the various other expenses. And they had to pay all the Googlers to travel in and do all that stuff. Whereas holding it at Shoreline Amphitheater, yeah, seriously, they were just like half of those people were already working at the office across the street. Or like a few blocks down. So they literally would hop on a bike, ride over to Shoreline, pass through, and go straight in. Like, it's no big deal. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, I'm sure the move to Shoreline was an improvement. Plus, they can fit more people in Shoreline by a lot. And considering ticket prices had gone up, let's be honest, They were actually making a profit on Shoreline. I don't know that any of the I don't know if anyone like Apple or Google or anyone else was really making money off of IO or WWDC at Moscone. They might have been making some money, but not appreciably so. I bet with Shoreline, Google actually started turning profits, like a real profit. Which again, like I said, it is a fan event. It is designed to be a fan event. So it makes sense. They might as well make money on it. I just wish they weren't also presenting it as a developer event. That to me feels not dishonest, but it feels unfair. Anyway, yeah, interesting. As part of the reason they went with the pretty sure the city owns it. Google's tried to buy the land and they voted against it. Let's see. Let's see. Google Shoreline Amphitheater. Let's see. Google pays billion for entire Mountain View complex. Correction. Let's see. Does this mention Shoreline? It appears the internet giant has purchased the entire Britannia Shoreline Technology Park. Let's see. Does this mention... maybe leased it instead of purchased. Okay, this doesn't mention the actual... This doesn't mention Shoreline Amphitheater. So, yeah, maybe. Diablo, hope Google opens the Houston location. I don't know that I would necessarily want that. I mean, if obviously you're in the area. I mean, if I was in a particular area, I'm not sure I would necessarily want Google opening near me. Okay, this is all mentioning that they own or have leased stuff. Yeah. Okay, maybe they don't own the park. I thought they did. I know I read somewhere that they had purchased the park, but I guess maybe not. Austin, you'll be in New York City in July. If it opens, you'll make a stop by. Yeah, for sure. Definitely tell us what you think. And tell us how busy it is. That's going to be the eternal question here. I want to know how busy a Google store in New York becomes. I have a hunch it's going to be not too busy. You never know. It could certainly surprise us. But I feel like it's going to be a lot like a Microsoft store. Unless they find a way to attract older than kids, which, you know, as long as they don't have Stadia open for free play, that shouldn't be a problem. But as long as they're attracting adults and not adults that are there like homeless, you know, because we are talking New York City. Let's be honest. Stores there do have to be careful of this. Diablo, exactly. Exactly that. Busy on day 1, dead on day 2. I don't know if that's what'll happen, but I feel like it could be. And you mentioned just above that, the pickups or repairs and replacements. That's kind of the problem. Name a Google product that you can repair. None of them. I mean, I guess maybe they could do like glass replacements on phones. they'll need to hire freelancers just to stand around. I mean, hey, people who can stand for long periods of time do need work. But no, seriously, what? That's the thing. Apple, you could bring in a MacBook Pro, and sure, their definition of replacement was usually like rip out the internals, stick in new internals, but it was a thing at least that could be done. I don't foresee Google doing this with Pixel books. They're obviously not going to be doing it on Pixel phones. They're not doing it on any of the Nest products or wearables. Again, maybe they could have like screen replacements for the phones. Maybe even for the Pixel books. But there's not much repair that they're going to be able to do or even consider doing. I can see them doing exchanges. That's great, but that's a pretty limited thing. Like, how many New Yorkers are going to want to travel all the way to Chelsea to do an exchange? If you don't already live there, that is. You expect some major promotions and discounts. On the first week, yes. I bet when Google opens a store, at least has a grand opening of the store, who knows if they'll open it like soft opening first, but I bet they will have some big promotions, which, seeing as how they will have released absolutely nothing on launch day, that's gonna be, hey, come in and buy a year-old phone for a lot cheaper than we give to anyone else. That's gonna be real exciting. But no, I'm sure that newly launched products are not going to get any sort of discounts or promotions. It's just not Google's way. Though come Black Friday, bet on it, they're going to have so much stuff and discounted for Black Friday, and probably even, I don't know that I would bet on better than usual discounts, but maybe they might want to do it just to bring attention. Austin, everything in the store is made out of Nest Minis. I mean, okay, I know you're saying that as a joke. Imagine if they had like chairs that looked like Nest Minis. Or, okay, I just happen to have an OG Google Home. Imagine this is what all the chairs look like. Kind of a low back right here, just low back chair. Obviously kind of cushioned, so this part is indented where your butt goes. I want this in the store. They need seating, and it needs to look like a Google Home, an original Google Home. They'll have carrier integration and discounts on phones in the store. If not, DOA. I'm sure they'll have carrier. It would be insane not to. Even when Microsoft was selling Windows Phone from their stores, they were doing carrier signups. So I'm sure they'll push Fi. No question to it. They will push Fi, but they will also have the carriers. Because most people aren't going to be coming in for Fi. Most people still come in for regular carriers. They will sign up on carriers. No question. The carriers might give a little bit of a eye roll to the fact that Google's going to push Fi a little harder. But nah, it's going to be, for sure, carriers will be supported. It doesn't make any sense not to. Let's see. It'll be a showroom for SMBs. I will say they do need to have Stadia. They're gonna have to have Stadia playable in there. And yeah, I know that runs the risk of bringing in kids, but they're gonna have to show off Stadia. It could easily become an Instagram photo shoot location that you've talked about before. Okay, you said it before I got a chance to bring it up. I was going to say that. The only thing is when it got mentioned that when was it you? That you or Carson, one of you, said that there's a YouTube creator space. Part of me thought that that got me thinking about it, but I also started to think that might be kind of a rough precedent to set. Like it would be a good Instagram location if you only have like 2 or 3 little shoot locations, but you don't want it to be popular enough or you don't want it to be so popular that it's going to get a line. You want a small group at any given time, but you don't want a huge line of people waiting to take a photo at whatever like neat wall that they set up or whatever location. But yeah, that actually would make a lot of sense. Create like 2 or 3 Instagram walls that are perfect to go in, shoot somebody with a very googly backdrop, and then they move along. David Lama, should they have done this earlier? I mean, my answer to that's always going to be yes. Honestly, I think Google should have been doing this back in the Nexus days. I think they used to have a better product lineup in the past, where they were selling Nexus tablets, Nexus phones. They had well, at one time the Nexus player. Like they had a full lineup of products. They never technically had a Nexus watch, but obviously they could have, and they did work with other companies, and they could have sold other companies' products too. They should have done a store sooner. I think if they had, they might not have given up on tablets. Maybe they still should have, but that's another topic for another time. But I think they could have done more with a store back when they had a bigger product line. And maybe they still will. There's certainly room for it. I'm just not sure. Again, I just don't know that they're going to sell enough to warrant a store. So they're going to have to do other things with it. And yeah, an Instagram wall is a good move. And, you know, I've talked about this. When did I suggest this, or what did I suggest this for in the... Oh, carrier stores. What was I suggesting? I was saying... I remember talking about this on stream like 5 months ago-ish. That a really neat gimmick for a company would be to send like an Instagram scene, like a wall or a prop or something like that, send it to a given carrier store. I think I was talking about T-Mobile at the time, and it would live there for like a couple weeks or a month or something like that, and then move to a new store, and there would be a different one just moving from store to every store would always have one, but it would change once every few weeks. So they would just be on like a rotation or constantly moving around. And, you know, that kind of thing draws people in. It's an interesting thing, and it draws you into a store where you are inherently being marketed to. The same thing works here. And if they've got Instagram walls that are constantly changing and drawing people in, that is a smart thing to do. They really need if they did that, that would bring so many more people into the Google store than anything else would. Diablo, maybe Samsung might go for push the products and they'll help. I'd be so surprised if we don't end up seeing other companies with products in the store. I don't know if it'll happen for sure, but I feel like it's almost guaranteed. We are going to see other companies' products floating around in the Google store. I mean, we already do. Not already do in the Google store, but look at Apple. All of Apple's products are obviously front and center. That's where all the table space is, but walk to the back of any Apple store. the back of literally every single Apple store is filled with cases and like random gadgets and accessories that Apple didn't make. Google's definitely going to have this too, but you know, it won't just be, I don't think it's going to be just accessories. I think they'll carry maybe phones from Samsung or at least smartwatches or something. Name a product. Maybe it'll be non-competing products, like maybe it won't be phones. Maybe it won't be a watch if they release a Pixel watch, or of course Fitbit wearables. But I feel like oh, you know what? If they're selling Nest products, they're obviously going to be pushing smart home stuff. Who's to say that they won't also be selling like smart outlets, maybe smart lights, I don't know, anything like that, products that can go with your smart home stuff. That just makes sense. You want to sell these things. Maybe you don't give them really super prominent displays, but you do have them there. People are going to want to buy them. Let's see, Austin, if we're ever getting Google Glass 2.0, you do think stores will be essential? Okay. How many pet are going to spend that kind of, I know that's people, but how many people are going to spend that kind of money without a hands-on? They'd probably take a page from North. As I turn and look at the bag hanging on my wall with Google Glass 1.0 in it, or technically 1.5 still, I agree, but I think a lot of people are willing to buy stuff without a hands-on these days. It just has to be something that's either cool enough or interesting enough, or that they already feel like they know what to expect. I think Google Glass can be one of those things. It has that potential to be one of those things. Maybe not thoroughly and completely, but we'll see. The thing is, if they make another glass, it's going to have to have something that really appeals to potential customers, and that's where they got the original wrong, at least within reason. So we'll see. Yeah, it's a big we'll see. Let's nice flex. I wouldn't call that a flex. And yeah, I don't know. That being said, yeah, obviously locations where you can try stuff do help. I gotta admit though, the more I think about it, the more I'm just thinking Google Glass, if more people had the chance to try out Glass in stores, I think that would have actually led to fewer people buying it. It was cool. It actually had some nice features, but man, I think a lot of people would have tried it and gone, okay, this is neat, but now how am I going to use it? And at that point, they're not going to buy it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like that's the case. Let's see. Google needs a bigger presence in big box retailers like Best Buy. That I tend to agree with. I think that mini experience kind of thing that they were trying to do was a good idea, and probably was ultimately going to be more successful. Let's see. I don't know. Do we have any other angles on this? I'm not sure I can think of any at the moment. Because as it stands, if they own the building or have like a long-term lease on this building, which you expect if they've got all these offices and multiple purposes for it. I'm wondering if maybe a store... Okay, here's kind of a weird angle on it, but what if they wanted to put a store down here purely as like... Okay, so bear with me on this. The Google offices did not used to have in California, in the Bay Area, the Google offices did not used to have an actual physical store. That came into existence a number of years ago, but at one time they didn't, and people would come and just visit. Like, weird people would just show up and kind of try to say hi and stuff like that. Which, of course, if you remember the lawn that they used to have the Google or the Android statues out on, weird people were kind of incentivized to come visit the offices, and obviously they'd come see these statues, but then they would try to kind of creep around and say hi to Googlers, which, funny enough, could also work the other direction. There were a few incidents of Googlers kind of creeping on the people who were there looking at the statues, like if they recognized somebody. I'm not going to say whether or not this may have happened to me. But yeah, anyway, yeah. So they eventually moved the statues and they put in a store. And so most of the kind of tourists came along and they checked out the store. They would check out the statues and then wander the like 50 feet over to the store, and they could buy some random swag. I kind of wonder if maybe that might be the purpose of putting in this store. Maybe there were already people kind of creeping around the YouTube creator space. And so the idea of this store is to kind of give people a place to go that's Google oriented. They can just kind of pick up their swag and go. I don't know, just a theory, but it would kind of explain a little bit of this. David, you'd get Google swag. Oh, now that I think about it, that is the other thing that the store will 100% sell. Oh, crap. In fact, it's going to be... I wonder if they have pictures of this. Okay. Google I.O. swag store. I have no idea if that's going to turn up anything of value. Like, at every event that I've been to, they have always had just a stand with a bunch of like random little knickknacks and crap, and you could just kind of, I mean, you could obviously buy lots of stuff there. The most I would ever do, I would pick up a couple of the little Android mini statues. This isn't exactly what I'm talking about, but kind of. Like little enamel pins. They'd have stickers, t-shirts, other junk like that. This is just somebody's random posting from, I guess this is someone's picture of what they collected in an event. I don't know. Anyway. But yeah, that kind of thing. They'll definitely have some they'll have some random swag there. Like, I mean, technically this isn't one of the I.O. minis, but, of course, the green screen is screwing with the color of this thing. But, yeah, I have the work from home mini that came out last year. And, oops, man, I'm just accidentally tapping left and right. But, yeah, that kind of thing, they will definitely have that. In the other room, I also have, like, a little, what is it? It's It's a Google Chrome thing. I think it's a Google Chrome ball that's like one of those Magic 8 balls. I'm not totally sure if it was a Magic 8 ball or if it was something else. Anyway, yeah, I've got a couple of little knickknacks that I picked up ages ago. Like at, I think, my first IO or second IO. But yeah, I bet they'll have some of that stuff too. Like a just random wall of swag. Let's see. All right. Now do we have any other things on this topic or other topics? And at this point, I think I'm going to call the 15 minutes. We'll see, because this may go over, but I think I'll say 15 minutes. 15-minute warning on things. And I'll give you guys a second if there's anything else Google Store related, definitely. But oh, did I see the Pro games for next month? The Stadia Pro games. I actually have not. Stadia Pro. We'll just type that in. News. While I'm browsing. Who do we like? Who do we like? Who are we giving our click to? Seriously, how is it that 9 to 5 has 3 posts all showing up in the last few hours? Well, I guess one was a day ago. Okay. Alright, I guess 9 to 5 gets this click. Oh yeah, community blog. Yeah, screw you, 9 to 5. Yeah, I was hoping that would show up. Okay, Stadia blog. There we go. What do we have coming in? David, if you just knew how funny it is to even say that, it's offensive. Anyway, I mean, it's hilarious you saying it. Other people at AP would be offended by that. Oh, it's the previous post? Oh yeah, it is. I did not read closely enough. Okay, so they're bringing in... Yikers. Okay, so 4 new games headed to Stadia Pro starting June 1st. Legend of Heroes, Trails of Cold Steel 3, never heard of this. MotoGP 20. I don't think that's really my thing, but cool for anyone who's into it. Blue Fire. Scratch that 3D platforming itch with Blue Fire, a delightful eldritch adventure that will have you leap through deadly traps, battle daunting adversaries, and more. Sounds like Trine. Ish. And Chronos Before the Ashes. Every time you die, you age a year, growing in some ways while diminishing in others. Can you slash your way through the atmospheric RPG before time runs out? Okay, that actually sounds kind of neat, but... and it definitely has... It has the best looking graphic of the 3. I mean, come on. That just looks... That looks cool. Okay. Yeah, I think Blue Fire and Chronos interest me. They're doing another Ghost Recon Breakpoint free play. Nice. Destiny 2 crossplay beta playlist. Interesting. Street Fighter's got a thing happening, which whatever. Phoenix Point gets bigger. Yeah, whatever. Okay, the rest of this stuff's just whatever. Okay, so not much else. Power Rangers DLC. Oh God. Oh God. The cringe. So much cringe. Okay. That game. Wow. Just seriously wow. Has anyone else played it and liked it? I'm curious. Or, well, played it at all. Feel free to give hot takes on that game, but seriously, yikes. Honestly, the yikes is more at just how kind of cringy the story seemed. I don't know. The game probably actually has got a fun fight system once you learn it, but couldn't get into it. Anyway, so I did want to. This is one of those times I kind of felt like politics decided to step on tech in a weird way. I wanted to at least include this. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. This can be pretty quick, so if there are any other topics, feel free to bring them up. But I really did want to hit this. The Florida governor signs a ban on deep platforming by tech companies. So, if anyone read this article, you also probably saw at least the brief discussion about it. Yeah, so the summary on this is Florida has signed into law, or at least I don't know if it's actually in place yet, but yeah, they basically signed a new law that is going to allow the Florida Board of Elections, effectively, to sue any company that puts a permanent ban on a political candidate. So, okay, Diablo, hold that thought. And obviously this is all about the fact that Facebook and Twitter banned Trump. Facebook, of course, I think is reversing that ban. Maybe I'm mistaken. Twitter has made it a lifetime ban, though I'm not sure that'll hold. Anyway, yeah, the basic premise is that any political candidate cannot be banned from social platforms. And they are allowing temporary bans of up to 14 days. And if you continue the ban, make it permanent or make it last too long, then in that case, the company can be fined up to $250,000 a day if it's a statewide candidate, or for local elections, it's $25,000 per day. Pretty sure that's what I had read. Yeah, that's correct. At least I think so. So, David Lama, you don't think it'll catch, but it's Florida, so who knows? Okay, so first off, it is very notable that this is a direct and clear violation of the First Amendment. As this article mentions, the First Amendment actually does have... everyone talks about it as a censorship situation. So in other words, you know, the First Amendment protects your right to say things without being thrown in prison for them, as long as they're not on the short list of things that you can't say without getting thrown in prison. In other words, you cannot, like, the First Amendment doesn't protect you from, like, the classic yelling fire in a crowded movie theater. It doesn't protect you in the instances of like vocally calling for murder or trying to incite riots and things like that. There are certain things you are not actually allowed to do. Now, that being said, the First Amendment also has a no compelled speech detail. Basically, you cannot force somebody to say something that they don't want to say. That's very specifically what this law is actually kind of demanding that social media accounts or social media companies do, that they host speech from a person or entity that they don't believe they should be hosting. So inherently, by design, Carson, and during times of war, right? I'm sure there is some clause related to wartime where that does relax some of the rules of the First Amendment, but yeah, basically, there are a bunch of caveats in there. So in truth, free speech is very, very, as long as your speech falls within the right categories, it gets to remain free. If it hits the wrong thing, yeah, different situation. Anyway, compelled speech is protected though. So you as a person or company cannot be forced to say something by the government. That is illegal. Again, I'm sure there are exceptions, but they're few and far between. And so automatically, this law, Florida's law, is unconstitutional. Plain and simple. And any first-year lawyer could easily win this case. It's not a hard case to win. And very wonderfully, and this is very notable, if this law ever gets challenged, in all likelihood, it would start by being challenged in Florida, where half the judges in Florida probably are smart enough to know that it won't hold up. And then, if by some chance you fail in Florida, all you have to do is then appeal it and take it to a district court judge. They will definitely throw it out. Or wait, is it this? I might be using the wrong term. Anyway, basically at Court of Appeals, once you're at a higher level than state judges, they'll definitely throw it out. And if by some chance you need to, by the time this gets anywhere near the Supreme Court, forget it. They won't even consider it. This is ridiculous. It would get thrown out in a heartbeat. Ooh, that sucks for Austin. His internet just died. So hopefully you make it back, man. But let's see. Anyway. So what was I saying? Next up, this actually introduces some fun caveats. This is not the only way that this law is actually unconstitutional. Because if someone is ever, let's say a social media company continues to be forced to host the speech of somebody that they would otherwise ban or, remove. Consider this. It actually means that if someone then posted something that was illegal, no matter where it's illegal, it could actually force the social media company into a position where they are breaking the law. Because let's say somehow Florida's law were upheld. If somebody then posted something that was illegal in another country or another state, or even in Florida, if the social media network were required to continue hosting it, they would be violating, or they would be committing a crime, which is also wonderfully protected by the Constitution. You cannot, I forget which one it is, but you cannot be forced by the government to commit a crime. So yay. That's double dipping on the unconstitutional, or on the unconstitutionality of this. By the way, reminder, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just smart enough to know this shit is illegal. So don't quote me on anything that I've said, but just it's all common sense. Like, it is shocking how ridiculous this law actually is. But the bonuses keep coming, because it is also in conflict with, from what I've heard, at least 2 or 3 federal laws. Federal laws, basically, one of them very specifically has something to do with oh, what is it? Oh crap. One of them was on oh, I can't remember the phrasing of it. Damn it. It's not coming to me. Anyway, there are a few federal laws that already contradict this, or rather this would contradict. And by standard rule of law, federal laws trump state laws, period. And I hate using the word Trump, but in this case, it is just, it's oddly appropriate. Maybe politicians will soon create their own platform. That'd be awesome. A platform absolutely nobody wants to visit. And they already can. They already do. It's called a blog. They're welcome to create their own blogs anytime they like. Please. I welcome them to. Anyway, I said the T words. Wait, are there words? Plural? I hope not. Anyway, but yeah, any day that Marjorie Taylor Greene wants to learn how to write and spell, she should create her own blog. That is fantastic. Get her the fuck off of Twitter and let her yell into the void where people are going to stop reading her shit within a matter of hours. That'd be awesome. Anyway, so let's get back to this one though. So if I recall, actually section 230 inherently, it is section 230, right? I'm not mixing up that number. 230, double checking this. Yeah, that should be it. Yeah, section 230 already basically notes that if someone posts something that is illegal or otherwise sanctionable, let's phrase it that way, a social media company is required to do something about that, and eventually they must remove it. Now this, and that, by the way, does get into another part of Florida's law, but we'll come back to it in a second. Let's see, what was, oh yeah, okay, now we'll get into the specifics of the law, because it's funny, because this law was, I haven't read the law. Sadly, I didn't have time to go digging through the entire history of, or text of it. Let's see, largely because, yeah, it's a lot. Let's see. 614 lines. Actually, this isn't as long as I thought it was. So, yeah, I might skim over this later, but from the article, I did notice a couple of interesting loopholes, and I don't know. Maybe these aren't actually loopholes. Okay, I had not seen the Russia... Oh, I heard something about that. I didn't read into it. Let's check that out in just a minute, though. Feel free to keep talking about it. I'm just going to keep ranting on this. But, yeah, anyway, I noticed some interesting loopholes in this. So, first off, and again, maybe this is spelled out differently in the law itself. I'm just going off of what this article mentions. But the law does allow for suspensions of up to 14 days. Now, common sense screams to me that there are some fun loopholes that can be built around this. First off, one would assume that a suspension for 14 days is built around a single act of violation. A term violation, justifies a 14-day suspension. So, couldn't you then suspend somebody for subsequent violations of the terms of service? I mean, it seems insane. You obviously can't expect, let's say somebody tweets, let's just hypothetically say somebody tweets porn to their Twitter account. Just cuz. I don't know. This sounds like something that Lindsey Graham might do accidentally. So, violation of terms of service. Let's say they get suspended for 14 days. Let's say that they get their account back and, you know, almost immediately they tweet a very direct, clear thing that violates terms of service again. This law obviously cannot expect that those people, Ted Cruz, yeah. Lock up Grandma Graham, yeah. Anyway, obviously the law has to allow for multiple suspensions. It would be insane to expect a company to say, oh, we already blew our 14-day suspension on this person once, we never get to do it again. That doesn't make sense. So why not just take all of their historical tweets that also obviously resulted in the ban in the first place and just give a suspension for each and every one of them? A 2-week suspension for every tweet that somebody did in the past that led up to them finally getting banned or would have gotten them banned. Yeah, just take each and every one and give a 14-day suspension. Seems like a good workaround to me. I also noticed a very key thing, and I did know, actually let's double check this. Hey, that's perfect. That's what I was looking for. How many instances? 22. Perfect. Okay, so it's summarized here in the article, but yeah, okay. There is a particular part of the phrase that stands out. They cannot do anything, or this law protects candidates. You might already see where I'm going with this. Candidates. You are not actually a candidate for office until you are registered. You cannot legally be considered a candidate for any office until you have filed your paperwork and registered. You cannot, I may be wrong on this, but not by much. If I understand correctly, you cannot register to run for president of the United States or for any elected position until the year of your election. So in other words, this doesn't help Trump until 2024. He would not be able to run again for president until 2024. So yeah, if they put this law into effect now, it will do nothing for him for 3 years. Or, well, I guess 2.5, but whatever. So yeah, I believe the first time I think you can register for a presidential campaign is in January of the election year. Obviously, he could technically run for other positions like local comptroller, but yeah, generally speaking, not going to matter. By the way, I would like to point out this loophole is also wonderful because it totally is inviting random people who got banned from various services to register and run for offices in Florida. And with that note, I'd like to announce my candidacy for comptroller of the 3rd District. And about a week later, you should see me back on Twitch. I am kidding, by the way. Screw Twitch. But yeah, anyway, like I said, I made that reference earlier in the stream and just had to, I needed the joke. It had to be there. So yeah, anyway, this whole thing is obviously ridiculous, wonderfully ridiculous, because Florida will never be able to keep this law in place. It will probably get stricken down as unconstitutional at the first opportunity, but it's there. So I felt like there was also another interesting, very interesting kind of thing to note. And that is, let's just pretend for a second that a social media network decided that rather than let somebody be back on, they would just say, you know what? It's worth it. We'll pay the fine. We will pay to keep a person off permanently. We don't care. So let's just say that they did this for one person at a fee of $250,000 per day. That would run them a total of $91,250,000 per year, not counting leap years. That is, for real, 365 divided by 4. You end up with 91.25. So yeah, for less than $100 million a year, you could fund keeping a person off social media, a political candidate. And let's be honest, it's worth it. It is worth it to keep Trump off Twitter, off Facebook, off, well, YouTube, sure, whatever. I think we'd all pay it. Show of hands. Who would not be willing to contribute a few bucks towards funding that bill? And let's be honest, YouTube funnels that much out in no time to various YouTube channels. There are YouTube channels that make way more than this in a year, or even in some cases, I think there are a few YouTube channels that come close to this in like a month. They have the money. They do it. And likewise, Twitter, Facebook, they're making this money. I bet if they saw this coming, they'd be like, yeah, sure, we'll foot the bill. We're down for that. We don't, Now, granted, there's talk that Texas is probably going to implement a similar law, and if enough states do implement this, then yeah, this could make it prohibitively expensive. But I will throw in the other fun notion. What if the social network were to just declare that the state itself weren't worth supporting? How funny would it be if YouTube was just like, cool, Florida, we're just not going to serve Florida for a week. Tell us how that works for you. I don't think that would happen, but it's a funny notion. Anyway, so yeah, I just wanted to bring this up because this is one of those incidents of politics stepping on tech and not understanding how completely stupid their unconstitutional efforts are, but B, just what are they thinking? How do they not recognize that this is a lost cause? It is hopeless, but it's comical. So anyway, yeah, like I said, wanted to bring that up. Let's see, Russia and Google. What is the story with this one? Russia threatens to slow down Google for failing to delete prohibited content. Oh, okay. I feel like I did hear about this. Let's see. Is this going to be a paywalled article? It is. Okay. Reuters, how about you? Russia gives 24 hours to delete banned content. What banned content would Russia want to delete? Carson, I know, but I'm just being lazy. Totally lazy because I can easily open it up in there, but then I got to switch my source in OBS, and like I said, I'm being lazy. Let's see. Russia has already placed a punitive slowdown on social network Twitter for not deleting banned content. What does it even mean to slow down Twitter? I mean, really? Holy shit, 240 characters. It's so much data. It moves slow. I can't load Twitter fast. Should just block cookies from New York Times. Oh yeah, I guess that does work. Is cookie blocking built into Chrome? I don't think it is. I'd probably need an extension for that, right? Anyway, so all right, so they're trying to rein in Western tech giants. Yeah, good luck with that. Oh, it is? Okay, let's pop this open. I'm assuming under site settings, permissions, cookies. Is that not a... Oh, we can... How does New York Times... Wait a second. Seriously? New York Times... Oh, never... Man, for a second I thought, how does one cookie get up to 8.2 megabytes? No, that's usage. Silly me. Yeah, I clicked on this. Oh, block. All right. Fine. Crap. I just deleted the Google cookie. I hope that doesn't sign me out of all the stuff. That's gonna suck if it does. Okay. Let's quickly... I just want to see, did I... Nope, it didn't sign me out of everything. Cool, I'm still alive. Anyway, let's see. Its campaign is part of a global wave of actions. I'm not sure if I wasn't already fine with the Reuters, but whatever. And apparently... Okay, and Russia's now... Or Facebook's now included in this too. So... ramped up its demands for Silicon Valley companies to remove online content that it deems illegal or restore pro-Kremlin material that had been blocked. Okay. If the companies don't comply, then blah blah blah. Let's see. The latest clashes flared up this week when they told Google on Monday. By the way, I'm not even going to try to pronounce. Well, wait. Roscoe Mansour? Who knows? I'm sure that gets said with some enunciation that I'm not going to try to guess. Anyway, they told Google on Monday, to block thousands of unspecified pieces of illegal content, or it would slow access. Wait, on Tuesday, a Russian court fined Google 6 million rubles, or about $81,000, for not taking down another piece of content. Seriously? You find them a Tesla? All right, cool. Is Russia just as picky about content as China? No. No, China is way, way harsher. Man, 81,000. I mean, you know, not to say that they wouldn't keep fining them or come up with additional fines, but yeah, 81,000. Seriously, that's, yeah, their developers get paid more. An individual developer gets paid more than that per year. On Wednesday, the government ordered Facebook and Twitter to store all data on Russian users within the country by July 1st or face fines. Yeah, good luck with that. In March, the authorities had made it harder for people to see and send posts on Twitter after the company did not take down content that the government considered illegal. Twitter has since removed roughly 6,000 posts to comply with the orders, according to the organization. The regulator has threatened similar penalties against Facebook. Sure. Let's... On Monday, the police visited Twitter offices in New Delhi in a show of force. Interesting. No employees were present. That's not much of a show of force if no one's there. But India's governing party has become increasingly upset with the perception that Twitter has sided with its critics during the coronavirus pandemic. Let's see. In Myanmar, Poland, Turkey, and elsewhere, leaders are also tightening internet controls. What's with the authoritarian bullshit going lately? Okay, yeah, the rest of this seems to be kind of just everyone else is being a dick too. I'm not seeing what they, yeah, like you, I'm not seeing what they wanted to take down. Yeah, Carson, I don't get it. And the funny thing about this is, okay, what would be really funny about this, and I think that this is interesting because it actually says quite a bit about the situation and how the companies are handling it. It seems that they're not talking about what content was flagged. And that to me means that the companies are still, to some extent, trying to work with the governments. Which, you know, say what you will about that, you know, that's obviously not great, but it does tell me that they're still trying to play ball. They just don't want to actually remove the content. But let's be honest, if they did reveal what content Russia and any of the other countries wanted to have taken down, this would have the Streisand effect times 1,000. It would basically be saying, hey, everyone, look over here. This country is trying to be a dick and wants something taken down. So, you know, come look at it. It's right here for you to see. So yeah, I kind of think that this, maybe not Google. I can see why they wouldn't want to do it, but Twitter, I feel like Twitter is in that sort of mode of like, yeah, sure, we'll, you know, we kind of like throwing stuff in their face. Let's just out them for this. Let's see. Curvy, Dictator Modi is a fascist, so it doesn't. Yeah, well, yeah, Modi has become very obviously a douche. Yeah, everyone's saying unspecified content. Maybe the content is Putin memes. That would be hilarious. I mean, God, but they would think about how much you'd have to take down this Putin memes at this point. Oh my God, seriously. So much stuff. Putin riding the shark. I mean, come on. Yeah, here we go. There's no way not to. There's no way not to. This should be my new wallpaper. Anyway, so, and let's see. I don't think we're gonna get any details about what it is. The rest of this is all just kind of other random junk. Oh, other internet companies have also been affected. Last month, TikTok, a popular service or platform owned by the Chinese company ByteDance, was fined 2.6 million rubles, about $35,000. Yeah, they paid that much to like their. Yeah, they paid plenty to people, way more than that, for not removing posts seen as encouraging minors to participate in illegal demonstrations. That says a lot more. That tells me that that's probably what they're trying to get taken down on other networks. I bet anything that this is probably centered around organization. Probably centered around organization of either demonstrations or I don't want to say riots, but protests. You know, anything in that neighborhood. I bet any attempt to organize that stuff, because India, that was one of their big issues a couple months ago, was a lot of people are trying to initiate protests, and in India they were doing everything they could to quell any discussion of that. So it would not surprise me if that was an issue. Let's see. Fines are small, but larger penalties loom. They can increase fines as much as 10% of a company's revenue for repeat offenses. Yeah, the company doesn't have to pay it. They can raise their middle finger and just stop operating in the country. Which, by the way, I have adamant hatred for this, because okay, so this is something that came up with the EU. I think it was EU. Maybe technically UK, but I'm pretty sure it was EU. They were talking about fining, particularly Google, but a few other companies, based on the company's revenue. Not the company's revenue in their country or in their domain, but the company's worldwide revenue. This, to me, is categorically illegal. No, I don't care how powerful your country is. You can go straight to hell. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. If you cannot fine for more than the amount that was made in your country. What if I don't know, what is that really silly little country that exists in Europe? Europe's smallest country. Not Vatican City. Liechtenstein. That's what I was trying to think of. Technically, Monaco and San Marino are also smaller, but I was trying to think of Liechtenstein because it's a funny name. What if Liechtenstein was like, you know what? Google has offended us. We are going to penalize Google 50% of its revenue. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. That makes no sense. Now, obviously, Google would never pay this, but I'm sorry that you can't. You can base on what was made off of people in your country. You don't get to charge for more. Anyway. So biggest target has been YouTube, or Google, largely because of YouTube. Though I'm sure they're also aiming for search results. Though, if they're highlighting YouTube, that probably means it's also a lot of people calling for demonstrations and protests on YouTube. Russia's demanded Google lift restrictions that limit the availability of some content from state media outlets like Sputnik and Russia Today outside of Russia, which is an interesting thing to highlight. I'm kind of curious why they care about that stuff being visible outside of Russia, but whatever. Let's see. Google's trying to use the courts to fight some actions by the Russian government. Last month it sued to fight an order to remove 12 YouTube videos related to opposition protests. I feel like that says it all. That's what this is. They're trying to quell protesters. And I bet that's what all of the current threat is. It's all about protesters. In another case, the company appealed a ruling ordering YouTube to reinstate videos from Sargrad, a nationalist online TV channel, which Google had taken down over what it said were violations of American sanctions. Interesting. And yeah. Google's recent lawsuit to fight the YouTube takedown orders would influence what other countries did in the future, even if the company was likely to lose in court. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, no one's going on the record for what's being taken down or what the Russian government wants taken down, but I feel like the evidence is pretty clear. This is all about trying to quell protests. Because even the countries that are, the other countries that are making issues, it's pretty much all countries that have protest issues. And, you know, for good reason. Most of these countries are in deep, dire, disastrously bad situations where they've scared or they've screwed over a lot of their occupants. It's a real problem. So, oh, and here I was thinking we'd end on a happy note. But with that, I can feel my voice is definitely reaching its limits. Let's see. They would probably lose a lot more money if they were to just stop operating in that country. I agree. Similar to the Australian search thing. Yes, I'm sure they would lose money if they, as opposed to getting fined. Like, they could probably accept the fines and just keep eating the fines and still make more money as long as they kept operating. But I have a feeling Russia's going to quickly escalate that and just say, fine, you're out. We're done. You know, no more of you. We're cutting you off, not the other way around. But you never know. Anyway, yeah, so I think that's going to be the wrap up. Definitely hitting my limits for what my voice can take. And let's see, was there anything else? I don't think so. So with that, thanks to everyone for joining. If you'd like to support the channel, there are links down below for Patreon and Streamlabs. Any contribution is, of course, welcome. And let's see, as usual, should be back this weekend with some gaming. I don't know exactly what we'll be doing, but we'll be playing something. And trying to think, what else is there? I am totally spacing. I have too many things running around in my head and I can't keep half of them straight. Anyway, thanks to Corbin for joining us. Who knows? He might hear this thanks someday. Thanks to everyone for coming to watch, being part of the conversation, chatting with me, giving me things to ramble about. And done with those Borderlands 3 bosses. Well, remember, it is a new one each week, so technically no, but yeah, I'm just gonna do those offline. They're dumb to do on stream. It's just all anyone would end up doing is sitting watching me basically hold down a trigger and moving around a little bit, and that is just not entertaining. It's yeah, just not entertaining. So we'll see. Maybe I will return to Jedi Fallen Order. Maybe it will be some different Borderlands 3 stuff. Maybe, I don't know. Might explore more pro games, which I guess by, let's see, we will not have new Stadia Pro games until after this weekend, so I won't be checking any of those out until the following weekend. But we'll see what happens. Ooh. Last was, I see, Solana, I just saw what you posted into the gaming channel. I may check that out later too. Not exactly sure what that is, but I'm curious. Anyway, so with that, thanks to everyone for coming by, hanging out. I will see you all in the next one. Adios and good night, everybody.